Oh, hey there, hooligans. What's up, nerds? Prepare yourselves. Things about to get wonky. How's everybody feeling today? We are going to be getting started in 1 minute. Folks, the way this works is there is a link flashing on the screen right now. If you are watching on Twitch, you can also do the command trivia. If you are watching on YouTube, you can also find the link in the video description. What you got to do is you click that link, you do what you need to get in there, and then you can be one of the 100 contestants that we can have for our game tonight. Currently, we got about 60 or 70-ish people across YouTube and Twitch, so every single one of you can play in that game. So, folks, get ready. Prepare yourselves. Do the things you need to do. The way the game will work is simple. We have a very special guest who is helping us run all of this. This is really their show. We'll be bringing them on in a minute to explain things. But join. Unless you're scared. But there's no need to be scared. We're here to guide you, to help. We're not in the three-body problem. We don't need to hide in the dark forest. We can support each other in the dark forest. Okay? Smolder's not here today. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. All right, let's we're gonna get started in a little bit, but first, I am going to call upon the powers of the universe to manifest not just one flesh vessel on this stream, but two. Because, folks, I am joined by a special guest today, none other than the great Devin of Total Party Chill and Start Playing Games. So let's manifest some flesh vessels. Boom! Uh-oh, he's...
Hello!
Hey, how's
I'm
it
here.
going? You're here. Devin, you're so much louder than you were before we started.
Sorry. That was I was very was so excited. I forgot how loud to be.
I'm lowering your volume
quiet.
a little bit. How you doing?
I'm so pumped to be here. Oh my gosh, this is so. You are like the ideal co-host for a game show.
Oh, listen. Well, I might be, but I'm also noticing that the overlay is already messed up. Let me fix that 1 second. Listen, it is wonderful to have you here, buddy. What is this show called? This is the D&D. What is it
Quizzes
called?
of the Coast. Quizzes of the Coast.
Quizzes of the Coast. D&D.
The number one. It's the number one D&D game show on the internet.
Is it really?
I mean, I don't know of any others.
I mean, listen. I don't know much.
Could be.
It might.
It could be.
It might be.
I mean, today it is. Right now, it is.
Yes.
With both of us?
Yes.
No contest.
Yes. Well, it's good to have you here, buddy.
Thanks, man.
So,
again, I'm pumped.
I'm pumped too. So tell me a little bit about this show. What are we doing tonight?
So, Quiz of the Coast is a very simple game. It's trivia, but there's no teams. It's every person for themselves. You're going to play on your phone. So you pull out your phone, you put in the code, you do all the thing. You put in a funny name, of course. We collect your email so we can contact the winners. And then once the trivia starts, it's timed trivia. Timed trivia. So you have around 20 seconds to answer each question. What's going to happen is me and Cinder are going to read the question, and the timer is going to start, and you're going to select which multiple choice, and then you hit enter. And that's you're locking your answer. The faster you answer, the more points you can get. Because at first the questions aren't worth a lot of points. They're like a few points. But as we go up in questions, they become worth more value. So eventually they're going to be worth a ton of points. A huge upsets. People in the top are going to drop out of them because someone else is going to come in and they're going to win those points. And we're going to have a leaderboard so you can see how you're competing against everyone else. Whoever has the three people with the most points at the end are going to win some prizes.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute,
Okay.
Devin. Hold on.
What?
Are you telling me that there is a moment that we are having right now where that nerdy knowledge of something that we read from some Dragonlance book of 2nd edition might manifest itself here, both in glory, but also prizes?
Absolutely. Here's the thing.
That's pretty exciting.
This is exactly what everyone's been training for, and they didn't know it. This is the moment.
Well, I'm pumped. But wait, listen. I don't know. I only ever played 5th edition. What if I want to participate? And what if I just felt, sometimes D&D is all about dice rolls. There's, there's something, there's the power of the universe that you're sort of fighting against when you're doing RPGs. It's the element of the unknown. If only we could capture something like that in how we did our prize pool,
That's exactly right. See, showing up at the table is half the battle, right?
Yeah.
And so for two people, they're just going to win a prize. We're just going to draw two participants at random, just like a dice roll.
At random?
Yep. Two
Just
people.
like a dice
roll
roll?
a D100. D100. Boom. There we go.
Are we going to roll 2 D100s?
We're going to roll 2 D100.
We got to do it.
Roll D200.
But we got to do it one at a time, because otherwise then one person's out.
Then there's too many hundreds.
Yeah, way too many hundreds. How many times have you run this game before?
Ooh, I run it almost every convention I go to, and I used to run it weekly. So I probably run this game over 50 times, maybe 100.
Ooh.
But new questions each time. And in fact, there is a player in chat who will not be allowed to play. A person in chat. Their name is Tom, and Tom is my quiz writer. I've elevated to a stage in my career where I no longer have to write the questions. We have a team that does it, and that team is just Tom.
So I don't need to know the answers.
You don't need to know the answers.
Can I make a confession to the audience now before we start? So when we were setting this up and Devin was pitching this idea to me, we went through a little bit of like what a quiz show would look like, and I got an answer wrong about my favorite D&D monster. Do you remember
this? Yeah.
There was a question. Okay, I guess that's a spoiler. I guess there you go. There's a clue for anybody out there that knows my favorite D&D monster. There is a question related to them, and I got it wrong. And you know why I got it wrong? Because I wanted to answer so quickly because the timer affects how many points you have, and I didn't read the whole question.
It stresses you out. The timer it's that moment.
Yeah, and it's a good moment, and we're gonna get to that moment together.
I actually hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that question is not in this because you've seen it. That question had been tainted by it was visible. So
then I can share the question. The question was about ropers, and it was about it wasn't about ropers. The question was, what is a creature that lives in the Underdark that hangs off the ceiling? And one of the answers was ropers, and I was like, roper, my favorite monster. But that wasn't the answer. The answer was piercers, because ropers don't really hang off the ceiling. They could, but they hang off whatever they want to hang off. They're barnacle people. But piercers really hang on the ceiling. So also, though, fun fact: piercers are the larval form of ropers. Did you know that?
That's the babies?
Yeah. If you look at the piercer's body, you can see a weird seam across it. That is where clearly the mouth will grow open at some point. But the idea is that they're the baby ropers. Isn't that cool?
So once they pierce down and they hit someone, then they are on the ground, and then they can consume it and become the roper.
Yeah. Maybe they climb back up eventually. I don't know. I don't know how long it takes them to turn. It's something. It's something. I don't know. In our world, in the non-fantasy world, the fastest growing creature in the world. Do you know what it is?
Yeah. The fastest growing creature in the world?
Yeah. It gets from being little to big the fastest.
Oh. I want to say a whale, because that feels like the right answer, but I don't know. What is it?
Well, whales start pretty big. Whales start the size of cars a lot of the time.
Yeah. But then you get to the size of buses.
Yeah. So the fastest growing animal is a giant squid.
Giant squid.
Giant squid babies are millimeters across, and full grown giant squids, which can be anywhere from 20 to 70 feet long, are a year old.
See, that's why I don't.
That's 100 feet of growth in a year.
Most cephalopod creatures, I just don't trust. There's something there.
What about What about the one friendly mind flayer that's like science that lives with mushroom people?
Right. Well, okay. Well, I trust. I don't know. It's there's something about octopuses that make me think that they're aliens.
Okay, I accept. They might be. They're very smart. Did you ever watch Did you ever watch the? So there was a while where science channels, Discovery channels were doing pseudo science shows where it was let's talk about what the world might be like in 1,000 years. They did The Future is Wild. Do you remember The Future is Wild? It was
No, I don't remember this one. But
it was a CGI show about what Earth might be like after the next ice age, and all the scientists basically agreed that the hypothesis that they went on is that the next owning the land creatures would be cephalopods, and like the mammals would
Really?
basically be done to the wayside, and they would arise out of the water and become like tool users and stuff.
Do you know that octopuses do not breed in captivity? They're like one of the few animals that won't breed in captivity at all.
I did not know that.
That right there is like they know something. They're like, nah, you're not getting any of my babies. Get out of here. They're always trying to escape. They're really good at escaping. They're like a really good heist crew.
Yeah, they can make themselves look like other things. They're cool. I feel like they feel like they multi-classed.
Each tentacle is a different class, actually.
Yeah. For folks that are wondering, we are going to start in a little bit. I think what we're doing right now is basically just waiting to make sure that there's enough people that everybody that wants to play can play. So when we get to 100 participants, we will start the game.
Keep in mind,
somebody said we just got there.
You want to play on your phone and you want to watch on a different device. It's hard to do both on the phone. Just if you want to win, that's what I would recommend.
That's true, because timing is a part of it. Should we I think somebody in chat just said we just got to 100.
I think maybe in watching, but we have looks like we have like 20 spots left in the
All right, we got 20 spots left in the trivia game if anybody wants to join. In the meantime, I'm going to ask you a question that I like to ask people in general, because for me, Dungeons and Dragons, what I really got into initially was the monsters. More than anything else. I didn't really care about... I bought a Monsters Handbook. I bought the Monster Manual for 4th edition. I never played 4th edition. I just liked holding it, you know? So that being said, what is your... Okay, if you just got here, the link is above our heads. It's also in the different systems that you watch on if you want to join the game. There's 100 people that can play. I think we got like 20 spots left. But before we deal with that, I want to know what your favorite monster was pre-D&D.
Pre-D&D.
So, like, for example, like not a Mind Flayer or a Beholder. Like what you liked before you got into D&D.
Yeah. I would probably say unicorns. I thought unicorns were pretty cool. There was a unicorn on the first piece of fantasy I came across. It was like a knight and a princess on a back of a unicorn. No, it was a Pegasus. It was a Pegasus, a winged horse. Now, I understand why it was my first. I'm not a horse boy. My mother's a horse girl though, and so she loved horse. I grew up riding horses, and so when I saw the Pegasus, I was like, man, that would be so much cooler if I could ride like a winged horse. So I was kind of obsessed with the idea of a Pegasus when I was young.
Did you watch all of those old claymation like movies like
The Titans?
The Titans one, and then there's the other one with the teeth at the end. I forget which that one's called. Jason and the Argonauts was another really good one.
Yep.
Yeah, Pegasus was badass. That was the first magic item I ever saw, was when what's his name got the sword and he like slams it into a rock and the rock just explodes. You're like, oh, magic sword. That's cool. Yeah.
Isn't it funny that like Greek fantasy is like a lot of people's first like connection with fantasy creatures and weapons and like magic items?
It kind of makes sense. I mean, just because it's like the predominant mythology that you are taught in school, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you? What was your first monster? Like,
werewolves all the way.
Oh.
I was a big werewolf fan, and I was always so sad how many vampire movies there were compared to werewolf movies. At least that were good. There's really only like 3 good werewolf movies still, maybe 4 to this day.
Teen Wolf.
I'm not counting Teen Wolf, but so maybe 5 if you count Teen Wolf.
Okay. American Vampire in Paris or in London.
American Werewolf in London. Yep.
And then
can you think of the other 2? There's 3. I guess there's a couple more. I can think of a couple more.
There's 3. Well, there's Werewolf.
I didn't like that one. I'm not talking about the old. I'm not talking about the old ones.
I don't know. I can't actually name.
There's Ginger
movies.
Snaps.
Never heard of it.
Ginger Snaps is a great werewolf movie, and it's also like a coming of age movie about just some teen girls that become werewolves and like. It's good. It's about like identity and stuff.
It's like Ginger Snaps. That sounds kind of like that's like their troop name. Like, is that what is Ginger Snaps?
I don't remember. I haven't seen the movie since I was a teenager, but it was very good. And then there's another one called Dog Soldiers, which is about some soldiers. Yeah, it's about like a military group is somewhere in the European area that's like running drills in the forest and get attacked by werewolves. That one's really good. And then the other one that's really good is Underworld.
Oh, okay, yeah, Underworld.
Underworld
Well,
is the
Underworld
is so
such
good.
a crossover. Right?
Underworld
Yeah,
is
'cause
the
you got werewolves,
best one.
vampires.
Underworld is so good. And it's also so good because the werewolves are the good guys, kind of.
Yeah, right. Well,
It's like, fuck you, vampires.
Are there werewolves in the Blade series?
No.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm on your side here. Werewolves are criminally underserved in popular media.
Yeah, they're it makes me sad. Vampires say fuck you to me. That's fine, dude. I'm so much older than vampires. This one time a vampire tried to be like blah 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 to me, and I made its teeth turn into marshmallows. And then it got so sad. And I just did that for fun because I'm beyond the scope of normal like thoughts and time.
I mean, here's the thing. You don't a werewolf doesn't need to be invited in your home. Werewolf could just jump into your home, you know?
This is true. This is very true. Now, speaking of jumping into your home, we have a bunch more people here now. We just bumped up in numbers a lot. So if you just got here, we are about to start D&D Trivia Quizzes of the Coast, and you can play. The way that you play is you go to the link above my head, or if you're watching on YouTube, you can go to the link in the video description, or if you're watching on Twitch, you can do the command Trivia. We recommend you play on your phone and watch on something else because the questions are timed. So basically, the faster you answer the question, the more points you get if you're correct.
Yeah.
So if you have to switch between
phone,
screens, it's bloggle bloggle.
Yeah. If you have just multi-screen desktop, do that.
Oh yeah, just have it up on two windows, baby.
Yeah.
Everybody needs two windows.
Should I tell them the prizes?
Yeah. Oh, no, I forgot. There's prizes. Yeah. Tell them. What are the? I don't even know what the prizes are.
So whoever gets first place, they get picked from the prize pack, the prize pool. In the prize pool, we have this mimic. It's one of those the figurines of adorable power. This is the mimic one. We also have a 5th edition player's mat. This is like a giant mouse pad that has all of the rules of D&D on it. So it has like a spell casting, attacks, what cover does. It has, the areas of effect. So it has all that goodness on it. And then we also have a $25 gift card to start playing if you want to play with a professional dungeon master. And then we have, for our lottery winners, our 2 random winners, we have 2 sets of Total Party Chill dice.
Very, very cool. That mat is nuts. That mat is bananas. That mat is bananas.
Do you have one yet? Have I sent you one?
No, but I want it.
Okay, we'll send you one. I'll send you one. We'll get it up. Kiwi's over here in the studio right now. They'll get a mat sent out to you.
Cool. Very cool.
Sick. Yes, and they have pizza on it. They have pizza on the mats.
The thing is, I feel like whenever I'm running D&D for new people, I try to I basically try to do what that mat does. It's like make a cheat sheet so they can use it almost like moves. Like, this is all the things I can do with my action. This is all the things I can do with my bonus action if I have a bonus action. This is how movement works. So to be able to just like slam it down on the table, not have to rewrite it every time, and then also like I feel like I would use that as a dungeon master because it also is the answer to all the questions.
Yeah. It just has everything.
Yeah. So very, very cool. They're very fun. Everybody that I know that has one sort of like what's the word when you like I don't leave home without it? They call by it. They swear by it. They swear by it. Sorry, I lost my English for a second. Lost my English language for a second. So yeah, some really cool prizes. If I was gonna win a prize, I would want that mat or that mimic or some dice. I don't need a $25 gift card to start playing games because I want somebody else to have it. But I don't want anybody else to have the other things. I want those other things.
You want these things.
But I heard that I'm not allowed to. But I'm not allowed to participate. So I'll just lament and be happy for other people.
Okay, we only have like 12 spots left, so we're almost there.
Okay, there's 12 spots left to do some D&D trivia. If you guys haven't joined yet, it's just you're gonna be clicking it on your phone. How long does the game last, by the way? We didn't talk about that.
I say around 38 minutes.
Oh, perfect. 38 minutes. That's like an extra long episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah. Oh, and do we actually have a moment for me to change a battery?
Yes, we have a moment.
Sick.
I do not have control over that. But if an ad happens when a question pops up, then the question will still be available on your phone. You'll still be able to participate. So if you miss 30 seconds because of an ad that pops up or something like that, don't worry about it. You'll still get to be able to participate on your phone or whatever the thing is that you're doing. I think it's going to be pretty fun. Also, I don't know if we've talked about this, but Devin runs an actual play called This Game is Cursed. I'm actually going to run a little video that I made for it a little bit later, but it's a very good actual play, and the gimmick is solid. The gimmick of the first season is that a group of friends get together to play D&D. 2 of them have played before, 2 of them haven't. But then they get sucked into the game. So the people that have played D&D can sort of use their meta knowledge in the way that they do things. You moved, Devin.
I know. I was I kept I was like there was the delay and I was trying to match it up.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. And then season 2 is the characters have returned to the real world, but something strange has followed them, and they need to deal with the aftermath of that. I wanted to. Okay, you said there's still some spots open on the quiz show.
Let's see. We got we got like 8 spots left.
Okay, so we got 8 spots left. We got 8 more people. If 8 of you want to join and you haven't yet, hop in now. We got 8 spots open. But I wanted to ask you, Devin, when you're planning to do because I haven't listened to season 2 yet at all. I like to do like big. I'm gonna listen to like 3 episodes in a row time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what kind of stuff did you think about when you were like, how do I bring D&D to the real world? Like, were you thinking? Did you spend much time thinking about like mechanics for interacting with things from our world, or like dealing with them having like cell phones or like technology, or like even just like real world guns?
Yeah. I mean, the big thing I thought about was like, I thought like, what would people on Reddit say about D&D being in the real world, and like the kind of like fringe aspects, and like, there's a lot of like how the rules of D&D overlap into the real world. One of my favorite things about This Game is Cursed is players are aware that they're in turn-based combat, so they can speak to each other while nothing is happening, but they are terrified that they can't actually move because it's not their turn.
Yeah.
And people who don't know what turn-based combat is in the real world, experiencing that was like a really fun like thing to explore. But the idea of guns, I was like, well, what would happen if you had just a gun against a dragon, or you had a rocket launcher? So I wanted to answer that pretty quickly. And my players, one of my favorite things is players, they can actually look at their character sheets in the game. They're like, oh, like I just got this, and they would look at their character sheet, what it does, and seeing them take real world items and see stats attached to them was like a fun twist for them.
I've never run a D&D game that took place in the real world like that, but I've always wanted to either run one or play in one. I feel like I would get overwhelmed with figuring out that how do we balance those crazy things.
Yeah, like it immediately like breaks a lot of stuff breaks because the real world solves so many things. So you have to use hand wavy dungeon master magic to address it.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, he's created a dome, so there's no telecom communications.
I like that. Listen, if the players are down, there's also that element of like how willing your players are to yes and, in the same way that you're willing to yes and, allows for a lot of wiggly good room there, I think.
And I'm lucky with those players. They are all about like they will take anything I say at face value.
Oh yeah, that's good. I mean, listen, the vibe, the first season, if people haven't listened to The Game is Cursed, it is really fun. The vibe of the season 1, there's definitely some like parts I'm like, okay, what? Like, what's what happened? in the most wonderful way, and it's really fun to watch everybody make their way through it. If you just got here, we still have a couple spots open for our trivia contest. Go to the link above my head, or do command trivia in the chat, or look for it in the video description on YouTube. When we get to 100 people, we are going to start our trivia contest. And don't forget, we got some crazy prizes. I think most of the questions are 5e focused, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know. They might not be. They might not be. We might be coming out here talking about first edition spells and things like that. We're
3 spots left.
Only 3 spots left? Holy moly macaroni. What's your favorite noodle shape? Quickly.
Oh, the new one. The new noodle shape came out.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Like 2 months ago. A guy spent all this time trying to figure out how to make the perfect noodle.
Wait, are you kidding? Are you doing a thing?
There's a brand new pasta that exists. It's a brand new pasta.
What's it called?
And it's like Contestants, I think is what it's called. And it's like macaroni shaped, but it has the farfalle kind of ribbon edging to it. It's wild. I was blown away by it. I watched like a 45-minute YouTube video about how a new pasta was made. You could just Google like new pasta shape and like a whole thing comes up about it. It's like perfect for like grabbing sauce.
Oh, it looks like it's an abomination.
Yeah, but here's the thing: it has the
it's
highest
an abomination.
Score. It has the highest sauce ability score, and it has the best mouthfeel. So,
okay, I will try it, but I will say it looks like an aberrant cousin. It looks like the twisted aberrant cousin of like 3 different pastas. This is the pasta that got hit with the cosmic rays and ended up not making it back with the Fantastic Four.
It's the idea of like, hey, we didn't need to optimize pasta, but we did, and you could tell. You could tell that this is not like a traditional, that you could tell that someone just like forced this with math.
Yeah, it's so weird. All right.
It's a math pasta.
All right. I mean, I like shells.
Dude, shells are great. Shells are great. Arquetta's great. Like,
somebody actually said one of my favorites earlier. I forget what it is. It's called like caganilli, conchigili, conchigli. I don't know. I don't speak Italian, so I don't pretend to know the ways of the pasta. That's crazy. I asked you that question because I was like, I'm going to ask you a random rapid fire question because sometimes that's funny. And then not only did you have an answer, I just learned that literally there's new that's like saying the new color was invented, you know? Yeah. That's insane.
Here's the thing. I don't understand how new colors get invented. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I think most color is a conspiracy theory.
Yeah. That's not actually blue.
No.
All right. We got 1 spot left.
All right, we have 1 spot left, friends, to join us in the game of games. Who will join us
playing today? You're like starting soon music is so good.
Listen, I pride myself in my starting soon music. If anyone's come to any of my streams, I run bops when we start. I can't run them throughout the whole stream because I have to like think and talk. So normally we transition into fantasy, sort of like kind of stuff. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. All right.
Are we at?
That 1 spot? We still got that 1 spot. No one's taking that 1 spot. Listen, if there's no heroes out there, I need a hero. I need a hero. Take this spot. Who is it gonna be?
Someone fill it.
Yes. Luo DoX, you can switch to your computer. All right. Boom. There it is. They're in.
All right.
Now, it has a buffer. It allows us to go 10 over 100 on my plan. So if you want to get in late, you can, but we got our 100.
All right. Amazing. Let me do a little bit of thing here. We don't need this anymore. We don't need that anymore. We need to be tall and powerful.
Yes.
And we're actually going to change to this screen. Wait, chat, you guys got to move. Why are you guys there?
Yeah. Sorry, chat. We got to get you out of there.
Yeah, we got to get you out of there. Oh my God, I think I got to do this. Why are you there, chat? Chat, why are you there? What are you doing over here? Look at you.
Chat, go home.
Look at you. You're down here in the bottom. You don't need to be in 2 places. You guys are selfish. All right. So the way that we're gonna do is I'm just gonna tell chat right now a couple things.
Yeah.
Guys, so during stream, I have announcements and stuff turned off, notifications. So if anybody that gifts subs, becomes a member, super chats to ask a question, anything like that, I am going to answer. I'm going to say thank you, and I'm going to answer all of those on the break that happened in the first part, and then I'm going to do the same thing after the show. So don't feel like you're not going to get some love. I'm going to give you extra love. But the other thing is that I think we're going to switch sometimes between this screen and then this screen, and then sometimes it'll just be like this. Yeah. And that'll be the vibe. Does that sound good to everybody? Can we start? Should we start?
Let's do this, but I need to give my disclaimer.
Oh yeah, give your disclaimer.
Total Party Chill is not responsible for any feuds, fights, or ferociousness that breaks out due to this game. We have done our most due diligence to ensure that the answers are correct. But if in the case that we are wrong, tough cookies. By participating, you are entered into the raffle. The raffle will be drawn at the end of the game. Top 3 winners at the end of the game will be called out, and you'll be able to see them on the leaderboard. This game is about having fun. So if you're not having fun, this isn't the game for you. Back to you, Cinder.
Okay. Well, that was
very serious.
You got intense there at the end. So, now I believe the way it works is we just start, and then the questions pop up and they answer them, right?
Yeah, and they're going to pop up on your phone faster than they probably will on YouTube or Twitch, because there's a bit of a delay, but everyone has access to the questions at the exact same time on their phone or whatever device they're playing from.
Oh yeah. So make sure you got it set up. And let's get started.
Cinder, I'm gonna have you read this first question.
Yeah, sure.
And the answer is multiple choice. Once I set it live, everyone will be able to see it. So we're gonna go on 3. 1, 2. Boom. Start the game.
Question 1. In the lost mines of Phandelver, what small mining town acts as a primary headquarters for the adventurers? Is it A, Phandelver, B, Phandalin, C, Farsul, or D, Peliveron? Ooh.
Now, everyone sees it. You see, it was 100 points, and now it's going down. It's worth less points.
Ooh. I think I'm gonna be honest. I've never run this adventure all the way through.
Do you know the answer to this one? Do you have an answer?
Can I tell you what I think it is?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's Phandelver because that's in the title.
Yeah. Let's see how everyone answers.
That would be my guess.
26% of people thought the same thing.
Ooh.
And those 26 people, that 26% of the folks would be wrong, because it's Phandalin.
Oh, snap.
No one went with, what's the last one? Pelveran?
Pelveran.
So now everyone kind of knows how the game works. Like, that's it. That's the timer. Let's do the next one.
Oh, I'm ready,
and then we'll
baby.
Look at our leaderboard.
Dude, I'm ready. I'm ready. Question.
Once the player character...
we'll switch off. No, we'll switch off. I did the last one.
Once the player characters enter Ravenloft, they're in for quite a fight if they ever want to leave. What is the only way to escape Barovia from the options below? Is it A, vow never to return, B, acquire the permission of Strahd to leave, C, be escorted by the Vistani wagons, or D, cast plane shift? That's the... You ever play Strahd?
I played in a very long Curse of Strahd campaign that was super fun, but it was super fun because the person who was trying to run it, we were all very old friends, but the person who was trying to run it was taking it very seriously. And we were being big goofballs, and everyone was having fun, but that dynamic of the goofball versus the serious was wonderful. It was glorious.
That's very what we do in the shadows, what we do in Barovia.
Oh yeah.
Okay, you got a lot of smart people in here, Cinder. You got a lot of smart people. 62% of the people in here are smart.
Ooh.
Because the only way to leave is getting Strahd's permission to leave. Now, there is another way. You can kill him. You can kill Strahd. Oh, wait, spoilers. Sorry.
There's probably gonna be spoilers for stuff in this one, probably.
Yeah.
Now, if all of you have everyone that has gotten both questions right so far, you're not tied in points, just so you know. Because, again, you have more or less points depending on how quickly you've responded. So,
should we look at the leaderboard?
Oh, wait, there's a leaderboard?
Boom!
Ooh, let's see who's in first right now. Let's see. We have Mr. Person is in first. Second, we have Thom. Third, Quack. And then we jump down to 13th. Ooh, a lot of people tied.
Ooh. Okay, yeah. They're fast, but we just started. The next question is worth 200 points.
Yes. But the leaderboard's looking good so far. Looking good so far. Mr. Person and Thom are only 2 points away, and then Quack is only 1 point away from that. So it's a very close top 3 right now. Very exciting.
Are you ready for next question?
Oh, I'm ready.
All right, this one's all you.
Stat block trivia. The polar bear is physically stronger, strength, than which of its fellow beasts? A, the rhinoceros. B, the killer whale. C, Tyrannosaurus rex. Or D, giant ape. Ooh.
This one right here. This one got me.
I have a guess. Yeah. I know what I would guess if I was playing this.
It's only 6 seconds left. What would you guess?
I'd guess rhino.
Rhino?
Oh, yeah, but I think I'd be wrong, and then I think the answer would be killer whale. That's my guess. I think I would be wrong, and then it would be killer whale.
A lot of people went with giant ape though.
But giant ape's so strong.
It's so strong. But
it has like a plus 10 to hit.
Your gut was right.
Yeah.
Killer whale.
Yeah, because they're buoyant.
Yeah, and they got a strength of 19, but polar bears have a strength of 20. And the collective average damage of a polar bear is 22. Rather, the collective average damage of a killer whale is 19 or 21.
Oh boy!
Yeah.
Oh boy! Well,
this is the weeds. We're in the weeds now.
All right. It's gonna start getting hairy before it gets smooth.
Question number 4. In Spelljammer setting on the Rock of Brawl, who owns the Happy Beholder Tavern? Is it A, Magical Mario, B, Large Luigi, C, Green Scarf Tabitha, or D, Commodore Crux? Do you know any of these people?
I'm gonna guess. No, first of all, I don't. But I have a guess of what I have several guesses of what it's not.
Yeah.
But I think that I might be wrong because sometimes D&D is weirdly goofy in ways that I wouldn't expect.
What would you rule out?
I would rule out Magical Mario and Large Luigi. A lot of people voted for Large Luigi.
Yeah.
Is it Large Luigi?
It is Large Luigi.
See? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's so fucking silly. That's amazing. That's a great character name.
D&D's so fucking silly sometimes.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. I would be losing this so bad. Oh, Thom is still fucking dominating first.
Thom, it doesn't matter if Thom wins or Tom. It doesn't matter if Tom wins because Tom is the question writer.
Oh.
He's my quiz writer. So
so we're just
beat Tom. If you beat Tom, you're really good. Jorp in the pasta.
Does that mean he knows the answers to the questions and the thing he's participating in?
Yeah, but I mean he can't win.
Oh, we don't get. Oh, I see. We're skipping him for the top votes. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
We see you, Tom. He's just baiting everyone, trying to.
So all things considered, Jorp is.
Yep.
So Jorp is like less than 20 points away from the person who wrote the fucking questions.
Yeah.
That's insane. So Jorp is the real champion so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's unbelievable.
Good job, Jorp. And the pasta. All right. Let's do our next question.
Yes.
This is all you, Cinder.
All right.
Boom.
Next question. Did you know that aboliths possess the genetic memory of every member of their species? What crucial early historical event can they not recall? And they hate and fear this blank spot in their memory more than anything. Any interaction with Tiamat, the origin of Illithids, the creation of magic, or the birth of the gods?
This is a hard one. Do you know this one?
Yes. Unequivocally. Okay. I know this one. There's very, very little things in D&D lore that I know a lot about because I find myself hating doing research. But there's a couple that I do know about because I think that they're just more interesting, or the lore about them I think was better written, so I actually read it.
Yeah. What do you think it is?
What do I know it is?
I think. Well, I mean, I think everyone's going to be wrong.
You don't think it's Origin of Illithids? I'm so sure it's the Origin of Illithids.
I would want to say it's the birth of the gods, but that's because.
But I don't think they're afraid of the birth of the gods.
It's absolutely.
Yeah. Because isn't there that whole conspiracy theory that the mind flayers are like from the future, like they are time travelers? Yeah, and aboliths are afraid of them because they're like, I know everything. Why don't I know you? You know, it'd be like somebody walking into your house and just talking like they're your cousin, and everybody acting like they're your cousin, and you're like, I never remember having this cousin, and the whole world just treats it like normal. You know, it'd be like that.
That's a nightmare for me.
Yeah,
that is actually a great way to frame it for Abylos.
Yeah,
like imagine if someone said this is your cousin.
Yeah, it'd be fucking weird, and and because of the way they think about themselves in the universe, I think that it would be reasonable for them to think like that they obviously would know everything about everything. So you might be like, well, that would be like you not learning about an animal, but no, aboliths have a different level of what they think they should know, which is everything.
Okay, here's my question. Question number 6. Waterdeep Dragon Heist introduces 8 factions that you're able to side with for the adventure. Which is not a potential allied faction in the adventure? Is it A, the Knights of the Shield, B, the City Watch, C, the Harpers, or D, the Order of the Gauntlet?
Ooh.
I love faction names in D&D. I love faction names in anything. Faction names, I love the... Do you have a favorite faction or a favorite faction you've created or come across?
I think in D&D, I really like the Harpers. They're just cool. It's like secret good guys. It's like they're the classic secret good guy faction.
Yeah.
I don't really use factions that much in terms of my party members working for factions, because or at least for long enough periods of time that I need to like build them out outside of as plot points, because my party members never want to work for anyone. They want to always be the ones that like start the thing.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of nonsense factions that my party made. There's one called the Insane Crown Posse, which was the ICP, and they were trying to take down the kingdom, and they would have everybody wear clown makeup, and they were the Insane Crown Posse. That was a really good one, but I didn't make that. My party, my players made it.
That's a good party. I like that. I'm gonna see how everyone did here. Ooh, this is no one really had a real good strong gut here, but 33% of people were wrong with the Order of the Gauntlet because it was the Knights of the Shield.
I did not know this one at all.
I've played it. I had no idea. I've played this adventure twice and still didn't know. Okay. Let's look at the leaderboard, see how they're doing. New York Zom is up in the top there.
And then we got Waiki and Pasta coming up. Waiki low, more like wacky high.
We got where's some other good names?
Stupid
Cthulhu
joke.
Baby. I like that.
Dude, the usernames in these lives are always the best. There's some really funny names out there. Some of them try to be cool. None of these names are funny. These are all regular people names.
These are just regular names.
You should all be shamed. One of my favorite YouTube usernames is Fat Guy Skinny. I thought that one was great. Every time I read it, I laugh. I don't know why that's so funny, but I like it so much.
I like how that one. I like how much that one brings you joy. All right, you're question 7.
I'm question 7. I'll take it. I don't know where I'll put it. In Icewind Dale, the lesser deity Oral utilizes this great flying creature to traverse the everlasting rime. The Elder Tempest, a Quetzalcoatlus, a rock, or a silver dragon. I know the answer to this one. I don't know the answer, but I know a guess. I would say none of the above.
Ooh.
And they
Should
just
I add that as an option?
no, but that's what. But okay, what is it actually? What is okay? What does she draw? What does she ride? Is it a rock? Is it a giant bird?
It's a rock. That's what she's cooking.
Okay.
No, that's a bad joke. But here's the thing: the rock.
Is it a bad joke, or is it bad that it took me like 3 seconds to get the joke?
Here's the thing: the rock, though, as a monster, is such a terrifying. It's so big. Like I thrown it up against some players, not knowing like how deadly it was. I was like, oh, it's just a big bird.
Yeah, but well, okay. I feel a couple things about it. I feel like yes, it's very deadly, but I actually think its stat block is kind of boring. Like, I wish it had features that allowed it to, like, I don't know, slam its wings to make a shockwave or pick people up and throw them or stuff. Like, the way that its size is described is it's like one of, it's like but area, it's bigger than a Tarrasque, I would say. Like,
yeah.
I would like by some margin. So I do sort of wish it had more stuff than just bite and peck and claw attacks, but I accept.
Listen, I like the
it's early design. It's early design.
Yeah, I like the grab and drop. I think the rock is great at the grab and drop.
Yeah.
Which I think is that's not fun to get grabbed and dropped, but it's a great way to kill prey. So I think if you have a rock in your home game, just use the grab and drop.
And if you don't have a rock, maybe you could get a ran.
Okay.
I'm proud of that one. That was good.
That's a really good one. That one's solid as a rock. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Leaderboard.
Let's
see how everyone's doing.
How are we doing?
Get out of first place. You wrote the questions. We got New York Zombie. We got Matt Thorne and Arthritis. Artist.
Okay. Artists, not arthritis. Oh, that's so funny.
Acoustic is in third. Okay.
I see some people I recognize. We're trying. I would definitely be in, I think, the 40 and under. Or 40 and over.
40 and under?
40 and over. I'd be between 40 and 70, I think, in the placements.
Next question is worth, I think, 500 or 450 points. It's worth a lot of points.
Whoa, okay.
So we're playing for we're playing for marbles now.
All right.
We're playing for pink slips. All right, here we go. In Descent to Avernus, the hellish ruler Zariel was once an angel who succumbed to the corrupting nature of the Blood War. What type of celestial angel was Zariel prior to her fall? Was she a planetar, an Azamon, a solar, or a Deva?
Ooh.
Planetar just sounds like what Captain Planet was.
He was and is still. You know, the power is in us. I think that's really.
Why hasn't that gotten a reboot?
Because of the Don Cheadle, college humor skit.
That college humor skit was so funny.
Yeah, that would get that reboot would be so bad or okay. I can't.
The
like
gritty
it would have
Captain
to be.
Planet?
No. Like, they could go gritty. They'd have to figure out something to do with it to make it actually good. Yeah. Otherwise, it would be like the new Power Rangers, which was just like very forgettable.
Let's see how everyone answered. Okay, you got a smart crew. They got a smart crew. 39% of them got it right.
Solar is the biggest of those puppies, and I'm pretty sure Azamon is not an angel type. It's not a celestial.
That's a devil.
It's I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just know that it's not invited to the celestial barbecue.
All right, this is you. Question 9.
Question 9. Wizards of the Coast isn't the only publisher of 5e adventures. One such publisher, Kobold Press, has made quite a name for themselves with projects such as Midgard Adventures and Tales of the Valiant. Their first 5e adventure module, published under their own name in 2015, was Tomb of Tiberesh, Cat and Mouse, Last Gasp, or Prepared, a dozen adventures for 5e. I will tell you that I own 2 of these books. I don't know which one came out first. Yeah. Or at least, I think I own 2 of them, unless one of them is a made-up name very similar to another thing that I own.
It's so funny how, 2015, I feel like Kobold Press has been around for so much longer.
Yeah, I don't know. Time is just everything is so much farther away than you think it is, and also closer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
we're just too old for this. We're too old to keep track of time in years anymore.
Ooh. Those who went with Toba Tuberish, you are wrong. It was Prepared, a dozen adventures. for 5e.
Which is an amazing book, by the way. If anybody wants to become a dungeon master and is not sure how to run games, buy this book, buy the sequel to this book, and then buy the book 12 Peculiar Towers, which is just 12 adventures that all take place in different towers. And then you can just add those to whatever campaign you want to run, and you're just going to have a great time, and you're going to plan almost nothing, and it's going to be good.
And if you want homework, buy Return of the Lazy Dungeon Master's Guide. It's the easiest. Everything is so much easier after reading that book. Have you read that one?
I think I connect too much with the author because I own it, and I literally have been too lazy to read it. It's sitting over there. Like I could go grab it right now if I want to. I've had it on my, literally it's on the counter right over there. It's been there for, I don't know, a year. I've never read it. I've opened it once or twice.
It is the smallest book too. It's
no,
not
I know.
Very...
I know. It's really for me, but it's also by me, which is the problem.
It's so for you that you actually can't consume it.
Yeah, I tried. I'm not good at reading books that tell me what to do. I'm just good at stumbling and bashing my head against the wall.
All right. We'll do question 10, and then that's our first break. That's our first break where people can take a breather.
Yeah.
And then we'll do the leaderboard after question 10. Question 10, here we go. Lord Soth is one of the deadliest opponents in Ascalon. Although statistically a Death Knight, he bears many unique powers to others of his type do not. What signature ability does he have compared to other Death Knights? Is it the ability to blind creatures with only a word, the ability to stun creatures with only a word, C, the ability to see any invisible creature, or D, the ability to kill a creature with only a word?
This is a tricky one. I'm trying to think about what regular Death Knights get, and I don't remember.
They have, okay, I'll tell you since the timer's up, they have that crazy ability to like explode stuff.
Yeah.
They have that like it's like their own private fireball.
Yeah. It's like hurl destruction or something.
Yeah, it's like
hellfire bomb or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's nonsense. It's stupid. I hate
it. I couldn't remember if they could see invisible creatures. I couldn't remember if they could, and this is like power word stun or power word kill, I'd guess. But yeah, I don't remember which one of those they have, if any.
Lord Soth has the ability to just utter the power word kill. It's special to him. Which is like, that's too much power. No one should have that much power. That's too much. Not even PCs. He's just going out, just finger gunning people.
I feel like power word kill is, okay, this is maybe going to be a little bit of a crazy person thing to say, but I feel like all of the power word spells work much better in roleplay social situations than they do in combat situations. Like, I feel like, and I don't mean work better necessarily like are better at doing what they're supposed to do. I mean, they are better overall for the game and more fun. Like, I think it's much more engaging to see power word kill happen when somebody walks into the king's chamber and just says die and the king dies than for a player or a monster to use it against a player or a monster. You know?
Yeah. I also like the idea of like, you know, like you're just like you're talking with someone that has that ability and you can just see like them like it's like a standoff where like the tension, like at any moment they could just say the death word.
Yeah.
And so do you act before they do, or do you provoke them, or, you know, I like that too. We have a new second place, Artopia.
Ooh, Ortopia. How's it going, Ortopia? Ortopia is often a visitor to our channel. Are we taking a break now? Do we need to take a break? Should we look at the leaderboard?
Take a break?
Let's look at the leaderboard first. Oh, this is the leaderboard. This is the leaderboard. We have the leaderboard up.
We got the leaderboard up. New York Zom is in first. Remember, ignore Tom. He's just trying to bait you. Ortopia is in second. And then who is in? Dylan. Congratulations, Dylan.
And Andy's just behind them. And Matt Thorne and Gemjar are also up there in there. It's going to be close. This is going to be close. So, how long a break are we taking?
4 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minute break.
Yeah. So, listen, if you need to, I'm gonna sit here for a little bit. But chat, you got about 4 minutes, 5 minutes. Take a little break. In the meantime, I wanted to show you guys something. Let's do this. Boop. Here we go. We're at the leaderboard. Lovely, lovely. I hope everybody's having a good show so far. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. Devin has left, but I feel very, very grateful that he's decided to just do his show on my channel. So I want to show you guys something. This is a trailer that I made for season 2 of This Game is Cursed, which is a show that Devin puts on, and it's pretty badass. So I'm just going to show that to you. And then I want to say thank you to anybody that has gifted anything. I haven't actually checked it. So if it's nobody, then we'll just hang out. Anyway, here, check this out. This Game is Cursed asks the question, what if a group of friends playing D&D got sucked into their D&D game? And some of them knew what D&D was, but for some of them it was their first time playing. Season 2, their D&D characters come back, but not to the fantasy world. Oh no, they come to our world. And they may have released something a little bit hectic into it. What happens when the fantastical things from D&D arrive in our world? And can our heroes do what it takes to stop them? This Game is Cursed Season 2 is out now. You can listen to all of Season 1 and the beginning of Season 2 right now on Apple or Spotify. And if you like using them peepers, you could check them out on YouTube. This actual play is put on by some incredibly talented performers, and they're pretty funny to boot. Can our heroes save the day? I hope so. Go check out This Game is Cursed. It's a fun actual play. That was a little trailer I made for season 2 of This Game is Cursed. I don't actually think we got anything. Artists, thank you for gifting a community sub. Tom Callahan, thank you for the 100 bits. This is certified Dungeons and Dragons. You better believe it. And do I need to say thank you to anyone on YouTube? I don't think I do. Let me just check. I do not. Anyway, well, thanks for being here, regardless. And I think we are ready to get back to the show, or are we doing a little bit more time? I saw Devin just popped back in. Are you back?
I'm ready.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Did we give people enough time? Do you think we gave...
need like a thumb. We need like a thumbs up or something. We need a heart or something.
Chat, do you need a minute more? Do you need another minute?
Adam, if I miss any questions, am I still qualified for sweepstakes? Yes.
Yeah, everybody is qualified simply. You don't even need to answer a question, although you totally should. But everyone is qualified to be in the ending giveaway, which will be announced at the end of the game, just by participating in the game. Which is pretty cool. I appreciate you. I was saying off camera, but I appreciate you deciding to bring your game to my channel.
Oh yeah,
it's very nice. Very nice.
You have an awesome community too. Like I like there's always every time I like popped in, like you have just such a positive community. It felt like why wouldn't I want to be here?
No, they're a bunch of dirtbags.
No, and also again, that was like the best video pitch anyone has ever made about This Game is Cursed. It's so good.
Oh, that's very kind of you. All right. Should we keep going?
Yeah, we should.
All right, let's keep going.
All right. This one is for you to read.
Ooh.
Question number 11.
In 5e, hit dice were vastly improved. Were vastly improved for many classes and several monsters. Which hit die has remained the same all the way from old editions? Cleric and Priests still have a D6 hit die. Warlocks were introduced in 3.5 with a D8 and still have it today. Commoners still have a D4, and Fighters still have a D10. Ooh, which one has been the same throughout all of the game? Which one has not changed? Ooh, could it be? Oh, okay, can I make a guess?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, my guess would be Warlocks, because I do know that they were introduced in 3.5, I think, and if I'm wrong there, then I'm just wrong. But I'm pretty sure Clerics don't have a D6 anymore. I'm pretty sure they're a D8 if I'm not thinking about it too hard. And I don't know about Fighters always having a D10. And I'm pretty sure Commoners are medium-sized, and Monsters have hit die based on their size, not based on their class. And a medium-sized creature has a D6 hit die.
So how I would approach this one too, because I didn't know the answer before I started the quiz, is Warlocks, I was like, I wouldn't vote Warlock because it's like 3.5. I was like, the question is like about multi editions. Like one that's only 3 editions. I would like the quiz writer's probably gonna think about the entire thing. So I'd take that out. Commoners, I would remove them. That's they're trying to trick me. So it's between clerics and fighters. And yes. Oh, this got a lot of people. This got a lot of people with commoners and warlocks.
Yeah, commoners is a tricky one because it would make sense for a commoner to have a D4, but again, monsters, their hit die is determined by their size, not their class is only the determiner for players.
This actually, I think this probably upset the leaderboard. Oh no! Oh, Gaming Reasons and Dylan, Andy, and Tom C are now in the striking distance.
Ooh. Striking distance.
Okay, I'm going to read this one. Here we go. Question number 12. According to Polygon, Wizard of the Coast hired more playtesters to try this Dungeons & Dragons module than any other adventure it had released. Was it Storm King's Thunder, Candlekeep Mysteries, Tomb of Annihilation, or Waterdeep Dragonheist?
I have a guess here, I think. I would guess. And my guess would be based off of the popularity of D&D overall, and where some of these were on that hill of D&D growing in popularity, specifically from the headspace of Critical Role. Before
you say it, tell me which one it is, but pronounce it as poorly as you can.
My guess is that it would be Waterdeep Dragonheist.
Yeah, that's a really good guess. In fact, if that's your guess, I would have said you're wrong.
Oh, I'm so wrong. It's Tomb of Annihilation.
And what's weird, Tomb of Annihilation is, it's weird because Tomb of Annihilation is one of the most famous adventures in D&D, but Curse of Strahd became the most beloved as it like transitioned. I don't know a lot of people who love Tomb of Annihilation, the adventure, the 5e one. Do you? I feel I never hear people talk about that one.
Of Tomb of Annihilation?
Yeah, the 5e version.
What I hear about the Tomb, this is what I hear about it. I hear that it's good. I hear like everybody that has played it says it's like a good module. The other thing that I hear about it is that it had like one of the people that worked on it was the guy who wrote Adventure Time.
Oh,
Pendleton, Pendleton, whatever his name is, had a hand in it.
Yeah, I love Adventure Time. That's one of my favorite series of all time.
So I think that I feel like that must account for something.
Yeah,
but I would have guessed Dragon Heights or Dragon Heist.
Yeah, I mean it's weird because Dragon Heist was like this I feel Dragon Heist did a really good job of like the sandbox like approach. But yeah, I mean it definitely wasn't Curse of Strahd. Okay, are you ready? This one's you.
I'm ready.
Question 13. Boom.
In 2000, theaters would screen the first Dungeons & Dragons movie. Since then, there have been multiple films with the title Dungeons & Dragons, many of them direct to DVD. Which of these is not a subtitle to a Dungeons & Dragons movie? The Temple of Chaos, Honor Among Thieves, The Book of Vile Darkness, Wrath of the Dragon God. Ooh.
Have you seen all of them?
I saw the first one in 2000, and I saw part of the second one.
Okay.
The second one was fun. Second one seemed like
the latest one.
Yeah, I've seen the most recent one with the guy from Star Trek.
Yeah. Hugh Grant.
Yeah.
Hugh Grant from Star Trek, famously.
Yeah.
The blue lips will always haunt me from the 2000s version.
The blue lips are great. I like the little ear things too.
Yep. I just used one of those in the game the other day. Ooh, the Book of Vile Darkness.
I'm 99% sure that's wrong because I think the Book of Vile Darkness is one of the sequels.
It is one of the sequels. It was the Temple of Chaos.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got to look at the leaderboard because I feel like that upset things.
Let's give her a gander.
Oh,
Dylan,
look at that.
Dylan is now in first. RX is in second. Andy in third, and Gaming Reasons in fourth. Oh yeah,
Tom
massive change.
relinquished first place.
he freed us from it. That's funny.
Okay. All right, here we go. Question 14. The Hourglass Coven is formed of 3 hags that have trapped the Archfey Zybilna. Which of the following hags is not a member of the Hourglass Coven? Is it A, Peggy Deadbells? Is it B, Edelyn Moongrave? Is it C, Scabatha Nightshade? Or is it D, Bavarlona Blightstraw? I'll tell you, Fey names are a mouthful. It's like marbles up in there.
My sister named her son, my nephew, a very D&D word unintentionally.
Oh.
And I was so happy when she did. And her husband, my brother-in-law, plays D&D, so he knew it was a D&D word. I think he just kept his mouth shut.
And he's like, that's a good name.
But his name is Sylvan. But she didn't name him that.
Oh,
which is like such a cool name. But it's also so D&D.
But that's also I feel it's like asking for problems with the Fae. Naming your child that. I feel like that's
I love my sister, but I think that she's one of those people that like she's going in more open-minded than I think folks that read a lot of old folklore, you know?
Yeah. All right, let's see how y'all did. Oh my gosh. Boom. 38% you got this right.
I had no idea for this one at all. I don't know anything about anything for names of people.
Yeah, this is Beyond the Witchlight. This is in which I didn't play Beyond the Witchlight, but I did read it, and I do like the adventure. I like the setting. I mean, I like Fae stuff.
Yeah, I love Fae stuff too. I never played it or ran it, but I like that it exists. Like,
yeah.
I'm glad that it is out there for people to use so that the Feywild can be wielded more effectively. I would love it if they started making source books that all featured different planes of existence. Like, I would love a campaign book for the Shadowfell. I would love a campaign book for Limbo or for Pandemonium or for,
Chronos.
Yeah. Or Mechanist. A Mechanist campaign would be so much fun.
Just a bunch of monodrones.
Yeah. Oh, that would be the best.
Okay.
Right.
Let's do question 15. You read and then we'll look at the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Boom, all you.
Did you know Tensor's floating disc was a spell invented by an actual player character? Tensor is an anagram of Ernest, as in Ernest Gygax. Which of these famous names in D&D was a player character? Bigby, Odaluk, Mordekainen, or Dromige? Ooh.
This is a fun little history question.
Oh yeah. What do you guys think?
I can see everyone's responses as they're pouring in. This is how they answer. What do you think it is?
Man, I want to guess Mordekainen or Bigby, but I really don't. I feel like the only one that I remember feeling like was a player character that I remembered was Elminster. I feel like Elminster was somebody's wizard. And I feel like...
I think maybe.
But I don't know, man. Weirdly, I almost want to go Dromige. I want to go Dromige. Because didn't he make, like, weird acid stuff? Doesn't he have weird acid spells?
If you went Dromige, you'd be correct.
Really?
If it was opposite day.
Oh!
It was Mordenkainen. But I thought it was... Here's the thing. I was like, isn't Bigby also a player character? But Bigby is actually a famous NPC in Gygax's games.
Got you. Okay. You're being tricky. You're being tricksy. Trixie Malone.
Exactly, yeah. All right, let's look at the leaderboard. Let's see how that shook things up.
We have RX is now in the lead with gaming reasons behind. RX is 1,000 points ahead. That's insane.
RX has been in the Total Party Chill trivia games many times. They are a trivia beast.
That is madness. That throne ain't gonna get tossed. But we do have Dylan and Gaming Reason coming up in their own little battle. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Okay. Here we go. Let's move on to question 16. I got this.
All right.
Alistair Blackcloak is an insane and insanely powerful mage that rules his own dungeon. As one of the powers tends to do, he's accumulated several apprentices. Who is not one of his apprentices? Relian, the occultical, Trobron, the metal mage, Muriel, the misshapen, or Arcturcurial the Lich.
I have no idea. It's
my
all.
gosh.
What is this question?
They get harder the longer you
This
go.
is
right?
just
We
time
got
to pick.
easy
You
questions.
just pick the fun. You just pick the name that's the most fun. I think for this
You have
one.
a better chance of getting the right answer than rolling a natural 20.
It's true.
You know, you got a 25% chance.
Somebody's sad that they read the question wrong. I don't know how reading the question wrong would affect me, to be honest.
Although 40% of people did go with D, and 40% of people are also wrong, because it was Reliant, the occultical, which I have no. I don't know who any of these people are.
Classic Ryan the Cultical.
I've never met these people.
Yeah, this is classic Ryan. What a goof. Love him. Living his best life.
Let's see. RX is still in the top.
Yeah, RX is fucking crushing it. They answered that question in 2 seconds.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready for question 17?
Oh, yeah.
All right. All you.
In most cases, extra attack cannot grant its benefits from cantrips such as Booming Blade, even though they require you to attack as part of the spell. However, there are a few class-based exceptions. Which subclass has the ability to allows their extra attack to work as cantrips? Eldritch Knight, Blade Singer Wizard, Armorer Artificer, or College of Valor Bard? Ooh, I think I know this one.
What do you think it is?
Blade Singer. Because I think Eldritch Knight gets it, but I think they get it as a bonus action, not as part of their attack.
Oh, Cinder! Wow, I love that deep mechanical knowledge you just presented there. That's some good actually.
Because it would be too powerful. They get extra attack. Could be casting like 6 cantrips a turn.
But look at this! Gaming Reasons is coming in. Is only 1,000 points away. Our next question is worth 1,000 points.
Oh, okay. Yeah, guys, I forgot. Everything gets more expensive the more we go. How many questions are there, by the way?
There's 21 questions.
And what question are we on?
We're on question 17.
Ooh, so there's still quite a lot of room left for things to change.
Yeah.
That's exciting. That's exciting.
I'm going to do question 18. Here we go.
Yeah, go for it.
Here we go. In Horde of the Dragon Queen, this unlikely ally can aid you in taking down a mutual foe that resides in Castle Nyatar. Sorvik, Sandasil, Selvik, or Snapjaw. I've never met any of these people.
I'm going to say Snapjaw just because Snapjaw is almost certainly the wrong answer.
Yeah.
But it's the one that I like the most, and it's also the one that feels the most like not just a bunch of letters put together.
Yeah. None of these people have ever sent me a birthday card.
That being said, Castle Nyatar sounds like a bunch of letters put together. You know?
Yeah. Castle Nyatar sounds like an anime.
It is an anime, I'm sure. Castle Nyatar.
Everyone else thought Snapjaw too.
I wonder if we're right.
If that was your snap response, you're right. Trust your gut.
Yes.
Trust your gut.
Yes, your internal biome knows what it needs.
Okay. Your question 19 is all you. I'm handing the torch. Here you
Hand
go.
me the torch. A paladin's aura of protection is a phenomenal utility that can allow allies to boost their saving throws, including death saves. What is the sole exception to its ability to aid death saving throws for allies in range? The ally must be good alignment to be able to benefit from the boost. An Oathbreaker paladin cannot give its benefit to allies, only themselves, fiends, and undead. If a downed ally suffer a critical hit, they can't gain the benefit to boost to death saving throws. Or if a paladin is rendered unconscious, they cannot grant any aura bonuses to themselves or allies.
I'm sorry. That was really, you read that really well. There was so much there. You didn't miss a beat.
I read homebrew 1,000 times a day out loud. I'm okay at it. I stumble quite a bit though. Also,
your enunciation, top tier.
Do you know why my enunciation is pretty good? Because if I don't enunciate, I have a pretty bad lisp / speech impediment. It's not that bad, but I sink into it very easily. So I very intentionally move my mouth.
do you do the teeth thing to enunciate? I heard if you try to make your teeth more present when speaking.
Maybe I feel like it's more in my lips. But I guess it is making my teeth more present.
Yeah. If your teeth are out, you can always make sure. It's let's see how everyone answered.
Yeah.
Wow, this wasn't a hard one at all. It just had a lot. It just had a lot of words.
No, yeah. The by the time before I got to the third one, I was really thinking about it because I was like, maybe there's something with death saving throws that I'm not thinking about. But yeah. I feel like having only good guys benefit from the Paladins boost. It would be very like first edition.
Yeah, absolutely. Alignment means nothing now.
Yeah.
It's just flavor. Jorp is back up there. Jorp feels like instead of Gorp, like J, like a granola, raisins, peanuts. But what does the J stand for if you were to switch it up?
I think it's like a jelly version of Gorp.
Ooh.
All it's like Gorp, but everything is a mushy consistency. So it's like marshmallows and gummy bears and pudding and applesauce. And maybe cottage cheese.
I was thinking
and
jerky.
And avocado.
This is better.
And it would just be horrible. It'd be so bad.
Just a smoothie.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how everyone answered. Oh, wait, we already did that. All right. Question. Oh, I'm question 20.
You're question 20. 2 questions left, guys.
Okay. Here we go. Question 20. Before publishing D&D, Gary Godnax was originally a war game designer, releasing this game in 1971. Is it Palomos, Chainmail, Armor and Infantry, or Fire and Fury?
Ooh.
This might get a few people.
I have an idea. I actually don't know at all. My guess would be that it's not Fire and Fury and not Armor and Infantry, because I feel like I'm trying to be tricked into it being like a thing.
Yeah.
And because of that, I would guess Chainmail. But Chainmail doesn't feel like it would be the name of a thing.
So here's the thing. He did create a game called Chainmail. The question is, was that the game he released in 1971? That's the real question. It was, though. It was.
Yes. Yes.
Armor and Infantry got way more people than I thought it would.
That's a tricky trick right there. Is it Tom or is it Thom? I keep saying Thom.
Tom. I always did that too because.
Listen, Tom. I'm sorry for pronouncing the H. Tom, you're a tricky son of a bitch, and that's why we love you. Was it okay? Leaderboard. This is leaderboard right before we get to win. Ooh, 1,000 points between 1 and 2. That's a question. That's one question.
All right.
Before we read the last question.
Yeah.
I do think we should say a big thank you to Tom for putting this quiz together, because this is fucking awesome. This is like a crazy amount of work. Making these sorts of things is not easy. So just a little round of applause, please, for the creator of this quiz. Claps in the chat, please. Thank you, Tom. All right, guys. We got one question left.
And this is all you.
Here we go.
This is all you.
Prepare yourselves, friends. It's now or never. It's do or die. Bonus question. Older editions have cycled out a lot of outdated mechanics, such as class access and level limits by race, haste spells draining years off a recipient's life, and forced alignment for paladins. But some things we definitely miss, which was never a deprecated feature. Thank you. Some weapons had special abilities. You could use a whip to trip an opponent prone, or brace a halberd. Holy shit, Tom, this question is too fucking long. Priests connect. I'm not even finishing reading the first one. Priests' connection to a deity would reduce their aging speed by a quarter of their level. And a level 4 priest would take 2 years to age 1 year. Fell Flight, a warlock invocation granted at will flight. When dealing with domestic I feel bad for people that are expecting me to read them to type, because you got about 10 seconds left to answer, and I haven't even read all the options. This is a long question. When dealing with domestic or non-hostile animals, a ranger could approach the animal and befriend it automatically. If you were getting the questions from us reading them, I apologize. I was reading that so quickly, I barely comprehended it, and I imagine I skipped some of the words.
The timer I didn't start the timer for well until you started reading the possible answers.
Okay.
I was like, everyone's gonna need a lot of time to read this themselves.
Yeah. An essay.
This is wild, and this is like so specific. This really kind of shows off the cool things other editions had, though.
Yeah.
Like the whip to be able to trip someone prone. Like that's so cool.
That just makes sense.
But they got rid of it.
Yeah. I think a lot of the game over the time has been playing the pendulum of like complicated versus open-ended, and like war game versus role-playing game.
Yeah.
And like 4th edition kind of swung harder in like video gamifying things. And D&D 5e, I think, is the most like it's a role-playing game more than it's a tabletop game a lot of the time. And you end up losing a lot of the juice in there in order to just make it a little bit more open-ended. But I feel like a lot of things like that, and maybe this is the music just got really loud. I feel like a lot of these sorts of features, a dungeon master could just decide, like, yeah, I want to put that in my game. And a lot of people are like, you can just do that. But then a lot of people are also like, yeah, but nobody, if you don't tell us how to do that, we might have to do it right. So, like, give us the fucking rules. Don't tell us to make up the rules. So, I understand both sides of the circle, but it is definitely a thing. I'm curious, though.
Here's the thing. Like, every edition has, like, amazing things they have. Like, 4th edition introduced minions, right? Like, creatures with 1 hit point. Like that makes you feel really cool as a player when you're like taking out like 5 monsters a turn. I made it so in my games like however much damage you do is how many minions you take out, so you get to look really cool as you John Wick your way through stuff.
That's fun.
But then like Run DMG, right?
Yeah.
So he's been I don't know if you've been following the nuclear bomb in a D&D game stories that he's been putting on TikTok, but there's a rule in the DMG of the 2nd edition that's like, hey, if you as a player know something, your character also knows that. So if you know how to start a fire, like if I know how to start a fire, all my characters know how to start fires. And that's a fun thing too. Like, and it says if you want to go to the local library and learn something new, when you come back, your character knows that.
That's fun. It also encourages you to learn things, or at least
I love it.
Things that would help you survive and kill stuff.
Yeah. Or like they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to my library and learn some stuff for my D&D character. Okay, so this bonus question is like, which of these was never a deprecated feature, which means this was never something that D&D offered. Or something that has not changed, right? That was never deprecated. So they never got rid of it, or it was never added in the first place.
I'm gonna guess.
Everyone answered.
Oh.
This is go ahead.
I think it's
guess.
A. I was gonna guess. I don't know what I would guess.
I mean, here's the thing. I know for sure because 3rd edition had whips that could trip you. But
I feel like maybe B would be what I would guess, just because I feel like I could totally, or maybe Fell Flight. I don't know. I feel like being able to approach and befriend an animal makes sense. Maybe it wasn't automatic. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe there was like a roll or something.
Yeah. You should trust your gut.
B. Yeah, B was my guess.
Okay, but now we get to look at the leaderboard. We get to see who our winners are.
Let's see it.
Boom. Finished trivia game. RX78-2.
Whoa.
Wow.
Very cool. Very cool.
Gaming reasons and Jorp. Wow. Look at that. All in the 5 and 6. Wow. They very much won. They just dominated. Now, you know what's funny is the next time I do this, there's a new feature in this quiz game that you lose points for wrong answers.
Ooh.
And I want to put that in because I think that could shake up the top a lot easier.
Yeah.
Point, you know.
But wait a minute.
Next.
Wait a minute. We're not done.
We're not done.
We have to talk about something here. First of all, we have some winners. Some winners of some prizes. We have a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place winner winning some prizes. What are they winning, Gabe? Will you remind us what we're giving out today?
So, first, whoever gets 1st place gets to choose between this mimic of adorable power, and then there's also the 5e playmat, that has all the rules for Dungeons and Dragons on it. It's a mouse pad material. You can roll your dice on it. It's got all the goodness. It tells you cover, movement, spell casting, attacks, and then there's a $25 gift card to start playing.
Ooh.
And so the first place gets to pick whatever they want. Second place gets to pick from what's left, and then third place gets the thing that no one else picked.
So how do we do that?
I have the winners' emails because when you joined, you had to put in your email.
Gotcha.
So we'll go ahead and message them to get them their prizes.
Perfect. But so I don't have to do any work to make that happen.
None.
Amazing. That's my favorite kind of work to have to do to make things happen. But we have 2 special random giveaways too.
Yeah, we got a lot of and this is actually going to show up on their device. This is going to show up wherever you're playing. 2 participants are going to win a set of Total Party Chill dice. We have our Learn to Play dice. Actually, Kiwi, will you hand me a set of Learn to Play dice so I can show the camera? These are great if you're new to the game. If you've never played D&D, or you're just starting out, or you got a friend that you want to get into D&D, these dice are all about making it easy. Every set is a different color, or every shape is a different color. So you can just tell your friend, hey, roll the D20, it's the white dice. Or roll the D6, it's the red dice. I've introduced people how to play this game, maybe over 1,000 people. And this is one of the easiest ways to learn how to do the dice thing without getting flustered.
Cool. Very cool.
That was a lot of words.
Dude, words are great. I use them at least twice a day.
All right, you ready for me to hit this lottery winner?
Yes, I am.
Run the lottery. Congratulations to Chikai Nanami, Best Waifu.
Chikai Nanami and Best Waifu. Or is that one person?
No, that was one name.
I'm sorry. Chikai Nanami, Best Waifu. Waifu is probably just... Listen, you are one of the winners. Congratulations.
and the other winner, Lawson.
All right. And our other winner is Lawson. Folks, amazing. Let us give a huge round of applause, please, to our winners. Big round of applause. And now a big round of applause for yourselves. To everybody that participated. This has been Quizzes of the Coast. This is not the first time this show has happened. This is just the first time it's happened on my channel. Devin has been running this with Total Party Chill for some time. Again, if you are somebody that watches me but is not familiar with Devin and his work, I really do recommend checking out Total Party Chill. Also, Devin runs Start Playing Games. And it's a wonderful company to help people figure out finding dungeon masters, finding games to play that they've never been able to play before on times they can play with professional dungeon masters who are reviewed and you can, you can sort of see what other people think of them. You can see their profiles. It's almost like a dating profile. And it also, the thing that I like about it the most, I think I talked about this in a video I made about it, is I like it for the idea of I want to try Blades in the Dark or something. Like I want to try a game that I have no idea how to play. That I think is one of the best times, especially if you're somebody that's like, I don't know if I want to do I want to run my own game, but I want to try this. It's like a great way to just find someone to just take you through the steps to see what it's like and to sort of teach you as you go. And there's so many different TTRPGs on there. Devin, do you have any final thoughts for our people?
Just that I'm so thankful that I got to do this with you. We've been talking forever about wanting to get together and do something. And I'm really glad we did, man.
Yeah, this is fun. I'm down to do more or other types of things too.
Listen, I didn't want to be presumptuous, but I'm down to do more too.
Cool. Yeah, so we'll talk off channel about this. But this was great, man. This has been a lot of fun. This is super fun. Super fun.
And to the winners, if you're listening, we'll message you. We're small, and sometimes I'm forgetful and lazy. So if you think I didn't email you, you can just contact us at our website or social, anything. But we'll be reaching out to you sometime next week.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. All right, Devin, you got anything else for them out there?
If you're from Total Party Chill, congrats. You just learned about CinderBlocksally. Your life just got better. And if you haven't heard about Total Bread Chill, check out This Game is Cursed, your third favorite tabletop role-playing actual play that has just released its second season.
Amazing. All right, Devin, thank you so much for being on the show. I do appreciate it. I guess I'll say goodbye to you. I'm gonna hang out and talk to chat for a little bit.
Okay. Perfect.
But this has been great, dude. You're wonderful.
Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. We'll talk about the next one.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. Bye.
All right.
All right, chat. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I know, I'm not even here. That was Devin. Hey! That was pretty fun, right? Did you guys enjoy that? Anyway, but I wanted to hang for a little bit, and I wanted to see if we got any super chats or anything that I wanted to respond to, because normally I actually respond to those when you guys send them, and I would feel bad. Koro Yami, thank you for the $5. Sorry for asking, Cinder. What's your mascot? The pink hairy thing. My mascot, that pink hairy thing, is the closest thing to a 2D illustration of my true form that I have. So it's me. That's a picture of me. It's not the flesh vessel. The flesh vessel is just what I used to communicate. It's easier to depict me in 2D than 3D. So I went with the 2D. Other than that, let me just double check something. Cool. So yeah, that was fun. I really enjoyed that. I think we're going to definitely do more of those. Devin is fucking awesome. He is such a nice guy. Also, fun fact, Devin was my very first sponsor ever. Like when I had like 10,000 followers on TikTok, before I even really was thinking about doing this seriously, Devin reached out to me and offered me to do an ad. Really nice guy. Check out Start Playing Gaming. Check out This Game is Cursed. And I'm gonna be honest, guys. I'm kind of hanging for a hot second. If anybody wants to ask us any D&D questions, if nobody has anything they want to talk about, I'm also I could be done. But I'm down. I'm here for a little bit. How's everybody's D&D game going? Good, I hope. Do more of these, please. We are definitely going to do more. All of that setup, like the game, that overlay, was all stuff that Total Party Chill use. So I think they used to run that game very regularly. And I think that we're just now going to make it be a collab that we do together, because it's totally worth it. I think it was really fun. I love doing stuff with other people, and I like doing stuff that's not exactly the same every time. And I like doing stuff that you guys can participate in, you know? Maybe do a themed one next time. I'm not in charge of the questions at all, but I can ask about that if that's something that I can have influence on. Lawson's one of our winners. I'm glad not every question was about some character from some book. There were way more source book questions, like character questions, than I thought there were going to be, but I thought it was fun. And even the ones that I didn't really have any answers for, a couple of them I got right just by using my brain logic about like what sorts of things would or wouldn't make sense. It's too late. It's 2:37. Yeah, I'm sorry. The time that we do this show works well for me and for Devin, who is on the West Coast. Maybe we'll do some other time ones, but I think we'll probably this my guess is the time will be similar to this most of the time that we do it. I was less good at the module centric questions. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm DMing a 2-shot from level 1, and my groups always love fighting higher CR monsters. I need to know how fast I should level them up to make it fun. I don't think you need to level them up that fast. I think it just... The problem with leveling up characters too quickly is they can get, like, overloaded with features, and then they end up acting less powerful than they are because they don't remember how to use their features, and they're not sort of practiced with using their features together. I would say... Like, my home game, they level up every 2 or 3 sessions, which I think is pretty quick. I don't remember who won the raffle. Somebody who had a really long name that ended in waifu, and I think Lawson. But yeah, you could also just lower the monster's abilities, right? Like you could give them less hit points, less AC, have them do less damage, make their saving throws weaker, but still keep the core of what the feature is. Like if you like the vibe of a higher CR monster, but you're worried it's too powerful, just make all the numbers smaller. And it's basically, that's a pretty easy way of keeping the vibe similar. Chiaki na Nami best waifu. Yes, that was one of the people that won. What a name. I got a fair few of my wrong answers from second guessing and a couple right ones from not knowing at all. Ain't that the way, man? Ain't that the way? I don't know anything about waifus other than I know it's a word that has to do with people that go like going ooh woo, which is another thing I don't love. Your party has been level 13 for 2 years now. Well, that's too long to be level anything. That your dungeon master is insane. I appreciate that, but that's crazy. The only reason why I wouldn't have people level up after a while would be if that goal of the campaign was just to like have it at that, and we weren't really playing it to level up. How to get better at following and allowing solutions that your players make up on the spot. I struggle with that, and I would love to improve. I think that there are two important parts of going with the flow with your players. One of them is internal and one of them is external. The internal one is you have to get more comfortable letting go of the things that you were excited for, or letting go of let me rephrase that. You have to be willing to let go of the path that your players need to take to get to the thing, regardless of how excited you are for that path, and allow them to like make their own path to that thing. And there's a certain amount of like emotional battle that you need to do where you can sort of subconsciously be pushing in a direction or planning in a direction because you really hope happens, but it's not like a guarantee that that's going to be what happens, you know? The other thing that I would say is spend less time planning for an adventure where you kind of know the beats of the adventure. And you could think about this on a large scale or a small scale and don't spend so much time on that. Spend more time thinking about just the conflict and encounters in that conflict. So for example, instead of worrying about like, they have to find this rock to stop this demon from destroying the castle and taking over the empire, just have there be a demon that's taking over the empire and destroying the castle, and have them be able to find their own resources to it. Don't have a solution planned, but just be open to their ideas. And don't try to present problems that are, like, bigger than solvable. That's what I would say. Hey, Cinder, how can I make big monsters feel really big and strong? Have them kill and destroy other things that the players consider to be big and strong, and have them do that very easily. If your players remember trolls as being particularly rough, have the first thing it does just be crush a troll in one punch. Can I ask a hotline type questions? Sure. What are your thoughts on magic items that unlock like vestige items? I think they're amazing. I think Matt Mercer mentioned he thought they ended up being pretty OP by the end. I think they do end up being pretty OP by the end, but that's only if you have them unlocked too quickly. And I also think that that's only an issue if you spend a lot of time in the end game. I think if you do like a short end game, it's fine. You can also plan for that. You can just tone them down a little bit. Like the only reason why they are OP is because most of the things they get are crazy. And also, I do think that the iteration of the vestiges in the Wildmount campaign book they feel pretty balanced to me. They're basically artifact level power, but if you keep that in mind, I think it's fine. The problem is you have like multiple players. The problem in Critical Role is you have like multiple players wielding multiple vestiges that are like fully empowered, which is when it gets silly. Can I get some help on not making dark characters? I try making joke characters, but always end up dark. I think the easiest way to not make a dark character is to make them basically open-minded, make them kind first, or silly first, and have them like take things well. Like if they're a sore loser, or if they're grumpy, or if they're very rigid in any sort of way, it's very easy for them to become dark. But if you keep them kind of light and playful and very flexible and very compromising, not necessarily in a way where they're not like believing in things, but like they're not going to huff and moan about something. They're like down to try shit, and they're like down for other people to, like, they want to support their friends in their things. I think that's the best way to make a not dark character, is you make a supportive, playful character. What's your opinion on the DM at making things that specifically counter everything a character can do? I think that is actually a really, really good tool to use very selectively. But you have to sort of plan for it. I think if you're not planning for it, it sucks, and it kind of feels like cheating. I will give you the one time that I have done that, and I think it worked well. The only time that I think it's okay for a dungeon master to exactly think about, to plan encounters, to specifically fuck with the characters that the players are wielding, is for the thing that they're fighting, for to be able to gain that knowledge. So in one of the campaigns that I ran for a really long time, the main bad guy was an aboleth. And the aboleth had taken over a lot of areas, had spies everywhere. They had been building power in like basically in a Mediterranean Sea type area for a long time. So when it came time to do the big fight with the aboleth, it had perfect counters for all of their features, because one of the things that they learned about aboleths as they were fighting them, and this one specific, is that it was spying on them and collecting information about them. So they didn't feel like it was me that was countering them. They felt like it was the aboleth that was countering them. But if that's not the situation, it's kind of shitty to just be like, all right, I'm making bad guys that only do fire damage because the barbarian it hurts the barbarian more. I don't know, you know? That font you used from AD&D brought back some good memories. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. Do dragons' blind vision bypass the mirror image spell? No, they do not. Mirror image, if being able to see through illusions or to have a different type of sight bypassed the mirror image spell, it would be listed in the mirror image spell. Hey Cinder, what's the bit of homebrew world building you've made that you were most excited to get to? In that same campaign where an aboleth was the main bad guy, there was like a side bad guy that was like a mystery character, and they didn't know who it was, who was like actively fucking with the characters and helping the aboleth, and what seemed to be stupidly powerful. And it was like a surprise villain. Who was essentially an NPC that they really fucked with very early in the campaign, and they had completely forgotten about. So when that villain made a return, they were like, "Oh!" That was pretty cool, and I had to sit on that for a long time. My favorite thing to have the players to interact with is when I do chaos random things. Inevitably, if I run a game long enough, the players are going to find a magic tree where if you eat the fruit, it changes you, or a weird laboratory where you go to like a mutation center. I like that. I like players seeing a machine where if they want to, they can hit a button and roll a D100, and if they do that, something fucking crazy is going to happen. And they know that something crazy is going to happen. It's their choice to do that or not. All right. What's your favorite D&D moment from what you played or ran? I don't know. There's a lot of really good moments. There's a lot of good moments. I don't know what my favorite would be. Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a hard question. I don't know. I like when I land the introduction of villains well. So there've been a couple villains that I think I've really landed their intro well. And that is very fun to see the players getting so like hyped up, you know? If like half my players rotate at the same time, is it okay to continue the same campaign, or should I just start a new one? I would just talk to the group about it and decide. How would you implement a devil fruit in One Piece? Just multiply everything by 9. Hey, Cinder, how do you make a game where the characters are really tied to the plot, but not so tied when someone leaves, someone joins, doesn't wreck it, i.e. we need a replacement chosen one? I think the solution is to not have a chosen one. I think you can have characters tied to the plot, but without them being the chosen one. I would say get the characters involved in the plot in your world building. So a character might be involved in the plot because they are very tied to a guild or a family or a house or a religion. Like maybe they were raised in a thieves guild, and so the thieves guild kind of starts to matter to them, and they as the player help you design that thieves guild. But then if the player leaves, the thieves guild can still just be a thing in the game, you know? My friend wants to be a gunslinger user, but I don't really want to set in modern semi-world. Any advice? The DMG has rules for guns if you want to try using them. You could also look at the gunslinger gun rules if you're just wanting to try a thing. I don't know why everybody's obsessed with One Piece. How often do I stream? I usually stream 4 or 5 days a week. This week I streamed 4 days. I'm streaming tomorrow. Hello, Sally. Which patron did you make a pact with to obtain such wonderful beard? This beard is part of the flesh vessel. I am neither patron nor warlock. I was a patron for a little while. I wasn't interested in it. My friend wants to play... I read that already. What's your point of view on running level 50 campaigns? How is that possible? Here's the thing, is that the only reason why leveling up works in D&D is because aside from you getting higher numbers, you also get new features. And there are no new features that exist for level 21 through 50. So the only thing that you would have really is that numbers go up. And D&D is not really designed for numbers go up forever. Like, if your bonus to hit becomes the same or higher than the dice that you're rolling, it kind of becomes a non-starter and it sort of doesn't matter anymore. So I would say I wouldn't run a level 50 campaign. I would play another game where the numbers can just get crazy high, like Pathfinder or something like that. But I don't think that would work in D&D. At least for me. I wouldn't want to have to figure that out. I don't think it'd be fun. What's the best way to create a developing mystery that should last 10 sessions? But I want to have them the clues so reveals feel rewarded. You got to start foreshadowing clues. You got to start doing it soon, and you got to do it more than you think you do. And it's very hard to figure out that. There's not a quick or easy way to do that. You got to start foreshadowing clues. And in general, your players need about 3 times the amount of clues than you think they do. Do I paint my beard white specifically for shorts? No, I think it's just the lighting changes the way it looks. I have a lot of gray in my beard, but it does kind of come and go. It's not always the same. I've heard you can do the opposite. No more numbers go up, just second classes abilities. Yeah, that could make sense. You could do that. Favorite Helldiver stratagem? The ETA. Or the EAT. The one and done explodey rocket. I like it so much. I like it so much. I also like the Quasar. I also like the laser rifle. But I think it's actually the EAT. It's just so fun. The thing is, they're one-time use rockets, but every single time I use it, I feel like I'm in an action movie. Would you run a high-level campaign if once they hit level 20, they start in a different class and still retain their class features? You could. I don't have any interest in doing that. I don't think D&D is super well designed at higher levels, and I think it kind of breaks down. And I think I would not want to have a campaign that started at that level. You play a lot of barbarians. What do you do with your character outside of combat? Let me ask you a question. If somebody is very, very strong and good at fighting, what do they do when they're not fighting? literally every other part of life. You have so many skills and so many ways to get skills, and pretty much every barbarian has out of combat features now. You just be a person. That's what I do out of combat. A lot of people act like they have to be fucking nimbussals and they can't do something if it's not a specific power. You can just do stuff. You can also use your strength in an insane amount of ways compared to almost any other skill in D&D. Strength, like athletics, an athletics check is one of the most diverse checks you can make in the game. There's so many things that can be an athletics check. So there are often ways you can solve problems using your strength that aren't fighting. I would say combat is maybe one of my least favorite parts of the game, which is also why I like barbarians, because I like to not have to think about combat that much. I just want to hit hard, and I want other people to have to think about things. The rest of the time, I kind of just want to be my character. I like running combat. I like using combat sometimes, but I like it to feel like an action movie, which is barbarian stuff. I've never played D&D by myself. I have played D&D one-on-one on a road trip. Me and my buddy were on a road trip. He was driving, and I ran a one-on-one D&D session for him. That was like a 5-hour session, and that was really fun. It really made the time go by. I basically just kept the dice on in a little tray, and we played music over his speakers in his car, and I just completely improvised it. It was super fun. And I kept track of all of his character sheet information. At least the numbers. Have you ever tried? Yeah. Do you do different voices for characters? Yes. I do not think anyone needs to do voices, but it helps me remember that I'm being in character. So I really like it. And most of my voices are very stupid and very silly, but it doesn't really matter because they're fun. What's your least favorite character you ever played as a player and why? They were an artificer, and I realized that I don't like playing artificers. And the reason why I didn't like it was because I don't like artificers as a player. I like artificers being on my team, but I find their core class features to be stuff that I'm not particularly excited to roleplay. I love making combat-focused builds, but I also kind of feel like I should be playing a different TTRPG than D&D. I mean, all of my builds are combat-focused. I just don't want to be spending most of my time in combat. I want to be spending most of my time talking in funny voices. But I do like being very strong in combat. I like knowing that I'm going to be accomplishing it well. So I definitely make my characters I very rarely pick, even if I am going my classic barbarian, I very rarely will pick subclasses that don't hit very hard. Like, I almost always will go in, like, the Beast Barbarian or Zealot Barbarian direction. Pigeon. What about pigeons? I wish they would have better invention mechanics, yeah. D&D artificers aren't really designed to invent things. Unfortunately, they're not really, like, crafters in the way that you might want them to be. What's up, Kenninator? How's it going, buddy? We just finished playing Quizzes of the Coast, and now we're just hanging out for a little bit, and I'm kind of doing Q&A stuff. So if you guys want to ask questions or talk about your D&D games or whatever, you just let me know. But I thought I felt like that game went really well. I'm seeing Godzilla vs. Kong this weekend, and I think it's going to be very silly. I want to see King Kong and Godzilla become friends. I watched Godzilla vs. Kong last night because I was like, I'm going to go see the sequel. I should see the one before it again. And I got to admit, when you go in with really low expectations and don't really care about the characters or the acting, it was fun. I liked it quite a bit. It was fun. Do you play D&D with your family? I have played D&D with my family maybe 3 times, never with my whole family, but I've played a little bit with my brother. I had like a one-shot once that my brother, I have a lot of siblings. I had a one-shot once that a brother and one of my sisters were in with other people, but I've never played a game that was like me and my siblings and my parents hanging out playing D&D. I'd like to do that at some point, but I don't think my dad would like it. I think he would get bored. What would be a reasonable price to pay for a commissioned battle map? Like a 2-level castle? I think that depends entirely on what the artist wants to charge. And then if you feel like you want to pay that. I think the better question to ask is, what would be a reasonable price for you to charge? And that question would be asked, you got to answer that yourself. There's a lot goes into that, right? Like what's the art? Like, do you like the art? How much do you like the art? A lot of art costs more or less depending on how much you like it. Also, like, what kind of battle map is it? Is it an animated battle map? Does it have like layers to it? Can it change? How customized is it? Like, are you crafting every room and telling them everything to put in it, and they are like building it wholesale from that? Like, or is it sort of like they can make whatever they want, or it's a little customized? So it really depends. Most artists that commission art, a lot of artists that commission art will like work with you through it. So they might offer like, if you look at Fiverr, for example, a lot of people will be like, this is this much for a commission with 1 redraft, this much for a commission with 3 redrafts. Other people will just be like, I'm just going to work with you through the process. I'll show you what it is, make corrections as we go. But it just depends. Is there a class, subclass you think has more roleplay potential than you've seen players bring to it? Rogue. I think Rogue has the most roleplay potential of any class in D&D. Because you can be a really dramatically different character based on what you put your expertise in. A rogue with expertise, most people put their expertise in deception and sleight of hand and thieves' tools and stealth because they're trying to get sneak attack and steal stuff. But you could have, a rogue with their expertise in arcana and history is going to feel really different. Or a rogue with their expertise in animal handling and athletics is going to feel really different. Or a rogue that has their expertise in performance and acrobatics is going to feel really different. Like, you can basically build any type of person that is an expert in their field with a rogue at level 1. What do you think of Barbarian Bard that gets extra rage when an instrument gets broken? I think that might be a fun magic item to make, or a fun special power to give like somebody in their home game. But I would not try to make homebrew of that, because I don't know if I'd want to make homebrew outside of for a home game that required multi-classing. Because it could be fun, but I don't. That's not what my goal is. But if you like that idea, that's definitely a neat idea. I've never seen that before. The Chaos subclasses all just become more controlled instead of stronger for later levels. Seems counterintuitive to why people play them in the first place. I agree with you, Shalakor. I agree with you. In fact, it's one of the things that I give feedback on whenever I get a Chaos subclass and people just make it so you get more control over it. One of the main things I say is, usually Chaos subclasses get a little bit more control as their capstone feature, but I like the idea that you suggest, which is make it go crazier. I think it makes sense for the Barbarian too, in the same way that it makes sense for the Wild Magic Sorcerer, in that they are starting to control the Chaos a little bit. But regardless, I still agree with you also that I think it would be more interesting. Like, I think a much more fun capstone to the Wild Magic Sorcerer and Wild Magic Barbarian would be, instead of rolling on the table twice and picking, would be rolling on the table twice and both things happen. I think that would be more fun. But that's just me. A mastermind rogue that uses his bonus action help to just be a nerd that points out the obvious. That's a great idea for a character. Go expertise in Arcana and history, and then at 6th level pick up religion and like nature, and then just actually every single thing that you ever encounter in the whole fucking game. Yeah. That character would be amazing and annoying. Hello, Pixel. How's it going? That would be a lot of fun. Finished my drink. If you're just rolling into stream now, we're kind of just hanging out, talking D&D, schmoozing. I'm answering your questions. We just had our Quizzes of the Coast game with it was with Total Party Chill, which is different than Start Playing Games, but run by the same person. My players want to do dragon chess, and I thought one could commandeer and others be pieces. Any idea where to search for how to do that? What? I mean, I would say if the players are being pieces, they're not really playing the game unless it's not really dragon chess. It's like fighting on the chessboard. I don't really know how I don't know how I would do that. I feel like that would be fun if the different combat encounters by making pieces slam into each other were really fucking short. I might treat it more like Harry Potter, where there's a puzzle that you have to solve by being chess pieces on the board. And even that puzzle I would only use if the players really liked chess, or if the solution to the puzzle didn't actually have anything to do with chess. It was just the aesthetic of a chessboard. Should I attempt to dissuade my future DM to be as wide in world building for his first time DMing, especially since he isn't well versed in the rules yet? If he is having fun with his world building, I would not dissuade him in it. But what I think I would encourage is do as much big world building as you want, but do focused world building too. Like, the players don't need to know your whole pantheon immediately. What they need to do is they need to be invested in something small and local, like a town or an NPC. So build your big crazy world lore, but don't start your game with the world lore. Start the game with the local lore, and don't just like, yeah, worry as, I would say, be as excited, build as much world building as you want, have fun with it, but when it comes time to actually playing the game, translate those ideas into things that are in the background that sort of color the world that people can learn from playing the game, but then have like an actual session one where there's like a town and a dude and a problem. Did you miss trivia? Yeah, trivia started at 7. So I don't think you need to dissuade them. I think you should just shine a light on the scenario of what is important to have ready when you start running the game. Because I don't think you need to know the rules to start running the game. You just need to, know what is planned for the first session, and like what, and that shouldn't be them just like talking about their world lore. Have you ever used proficiencies like Herbalism Kit or board game proficiencies either when you played or you DM'd? Yeah, sure. I mean, Herbalism Kit's an easy one to get use of because herbalism is what you use to do. You can craft like usable items with that. But I think that any of those sorts of proficiencies that are a little bit odd, whether they're like a board game proficiency or like a certain type of tool proficiency, I think it's really up to the players to bring that to the game. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you're proficient in dragon chess. If I was proficient in dragon chess as a player, I would probably, when role-playing, I would probably have my character offer to play dragon chess with NPCs and, see if I could, either make bets with them based on winning or get some sort of bonuses through playing the game with them, like, or being impressive, or like I might be like, hey, Dungeon Master, I know this person really likes to win. I'm really good at dragon chess. I'm proficient in it. Could I roll a check to try to lose the game intentionally, but make it look like I'm trying to win so that they like me more because they feel like they can beat me? That sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? Stray Bubble says, I'm terrible with battle tactics. Any tips? Don't worry about having too many different types of monsters on the board. Make sure the ranged guys are far away and the melee guys are up close. And use the battle map to your advantage. Let the bad guys go for cover. You know, the bad guys can do everything the good guys can do when it comes to the actions they can take. So they can disengage, they can dodge, they can hide, they can dash, they can use objects. You could also look up strategies. One of the best websites to use for that would be the Monsters Know What They're Doing. If you go to the Monsters Know What They're Doing, or just literally look that up, there's a book, a published book, and I have that somewhere. But there's also a blog, and it literally just has an article for every single monster in D&D and suggestions on how to run combat for that monster. Very helpful. Hey, Cinder, how do I talk to my GM about including certain things into a current upcoming campaign? Like, if I take the noble background, I want to be doing courtly stuff and engaged in intrigue. Or if I'm a sorcerer, I want the source of my magic to play a role in the game's story. How do you talk to your GM about that? You can just talk to them about it. I would just say, hey, GM, I would like the things I picked for my character to have an impact on the game. So what sort of campaign do you want to run? If I go noble, would it make sense? Like, would there be able to be political intrigue in the game if I go noble? Do you have, like, you know, get a sense of the type of game they want to run, but then also say, I want, you know, just literally copy paste what you said to me and say it to them. And then say, but on top of that, keep in mind that it's not just about them doing whatever you need. It's also about you doing what they need. It's both. So not all backgrounds work for all stories. Not all characters work for all stories. If you really want to do a political intrigue campaign, maybe the Dungeon Master doesn't feel comfortable running one. Maybe they don't, it's not what they want to run. So that's something you just got to, you know, be cool with. Like, if that's not their vibe, that's not their vibe, and that's totally reasonable. So talk to them about what you want. I guess that's a silly answer, but you said, how do I talk to them about these things I need to talk to them about? And the answer is, you talk to them about those things you need to talk to them about. I recently made this homebrew, and now that the dodge action was brought up, I realized I should have used dodge for it instead of disengage. You're welcome. I do feel like 7 p.m., 4 p.m. is a pretty unfriendly quiz show start time for anyone that works a 9-to-5 job. Even the East Coast might be commuting or such. All right, I'll talk to Devin about it. Well, maybe we'll change it for next time. Oi! Tomorrow on stream, we have our member review day. So if you are somebody that is a YouTube member at the very cool level or higher, you can find the submission form for that right now in the YouTube member tab. If you are if you're a subscriber on Twitch or a patron on Patreon also, you can find the submission link either on Patreon or in the member section of the Discord. I think I posted that earlier today. So if you are somebody that subs or members or patrons, just know that tomorrow we're on for member review day. You already submitted? Cool. Also, a lot of folks have been asking me if Smolder is going to start running some D&D homebrew streams. I think the answer to that question is going to be yes. Smolder is my evil cousin who arrived on stream on April 1st to mess with people, including me. and Smolder runs Homebrew Review, where instead of saying things in a nice way, he says things in the meanest way he possibly can. He still does give feedback, but he curses at you and calls you stupid while he does it. So if you are excited to be demoralized and made fun of and yelled at while getting your homebrew looked at, you can submit homebrew for those streams. But I will let you guys know, and you'll see very clearly in the form when those are, because it's sort of like, do you want to get feedback or do you want Gordon Ramsay to yell at you for 10 minutes? If you don't want Gordon Ramsay to yell at you for 10 minutes, I don't want you to worry about that. But Smolder is going to be back for some of those streams. You know what's crazy? A lot of people told me that they felt like the Smolder streams were like great, and they felt like the feedback was actually like way more helpful because it was just really like just straightforward, and I just like it was just very direct and kind of abrasive in a way that there wasn't anything else to talk about, and it made people like sort of rethink their features. So maybe there's actually an honest place for the aggressive reviews. So we're gonna be doing that at some point. Maybe next week we'll do one. We almost got TPK'd by 2 random crits. How to avoid those situations?
When is Smolder coming back to review? I want to submit my piece for Smolder. No offense.
Oh, no offense taken. Smolder, I think their first stream back, I gotta look at my schedule, but I'm 99% sure we're gonna do our first Smolder stream next week. I'll be posting the weekly schedule on Saturday or Sunday. Yeah, maybe next week. Maybe next Thursday. That might be Thursday of next week. How do you avoid TPKs? Oh man, I mean, if the dice are doing it, there's not much you can do. I mean, the best way to avoid TPKs is to make sure you're playing smart and everybody's got some health potions and everybody's playing up to their strengths. Trying to make sure everybody's working in synergy. I think that's one of the things that helps people go from being pretty good at D&D to feeling like they're like tactical badasses, is not just everybody doing the thing that they want to do on their turn, but everybody doing the thing that they want to do in relationship to what is happening with everybody else and synergizing features. So like one of the main things I think I'm pretty good at as a barbarian and as a barbarian main, and I've realized how important it is a lot of the time, the thing that me attacking is not the most important thing that I'm doing on my turn as a barbarian most of the time. Most of the time, the most important thing that I'm doing on my turn is figuring out where I should stand on the battle map. Where I put myself on the battle map is a very influential thing as a barbarian. Like, obviously, we're going to be doing damage, and that's going to be nice, but in terms of actually, like, battlefield control, you can really change the map by being in different places as a barbarian. How do I encourage people to roleplay more without forcing it? You should roleplay more. If you talk in character, if you say, Grungar, what do you think about the massive crystal golems? I'm a little scared. What are you thinking? That's sort of like peer pressure to make them talk in character. If you are the dungeon master, I would just tell them to not have their phones out when you play. If you're not the dungeon master, I would say, guys, regardless of whether you're the dungeon master or not, I would make a suggestion to the group. I would be like, hey guys, I feel like we get really distracted by our phones. Could we try to like not be checking our phones while we're playing? But also, sometimes people just want to fuck around and have fun. Not every game is an actual play podcast where everyone's super hyper focused. Like my home game, people are checking their phone. My home game, people are getting up and going to the bathroom or going to grab a drink or something, or having a lot of side chat. Like, it also just depends on like what the group vibes are. Not everybody wants to be super serious in how they play. Tell the guy that was complaining about time that it started at midnight for me and I was still here. You go, okay, I guess I did. Low level play, it's basically impossible to not be at the mercy of random crits. Yeah, I agree. As a war cleric, I love to smash with a heavy weapon. Yeah. 2 strong tips for avoiding TPKs. Players should pay attention to others' turns, using reactions to mitigate the impact of major unexpected moves by the enemies. That's a good. Yes, agreed, and that's well said. The DM can always have the monster with goals other than kill the adventurers. Yes, that's not going to prevent a crit, but it will prevent the focus of violence, where if the monsters are not there to kill the players, the monsters are there to steal something from the players, or the monsters are there to break a machine, or to turn a machine on, or to escape, or whatever. That's why I like low level more. It's always life or death. I kind of like that too, because it's not always really life or death. Like, there's always health potions and stuff. Like, and even then, you can always have there be like a level 10 cleric in town that can bring people back, or you can always get that stuff to figure it out. Have you ever had your players interact with gods? Yes, I have. I usually don't have players interact directly with gods because I don't love, because I'm not great at role playing like infinite cosmic beings that aren't myself. Usually I have my players interact with like emissaries of gods, or like avatars, or like, like angelic beings that are sent on their behalf. I'm trying to think if I've ever had players interact directly with a god. I had my players interact directly with Cord, the god of strength and storms, and in my game he was basically Poseidon. And there was a whole subplot about a character being like a distant relative of Cord, and that's where their powers came from, and they were just trying to figure out what to do. And there was a priest of Cord in the group, and the priest of Cord like used their powers to ask Cord a question to like help the guy, and it sort of turned into the 3 of them kind of having a conversation in the sky surrounded by lightning and stuff. But it was more like less like they were talking to a guy, and more like the clouds were just kind of making noises at them. But usually characters are interacting with like emissaries of gods. What's the most unconventional patron for a warlock that you've allowed? Huh. I don't know if I've had any particularly unconventional warlocks. I had a Hexblade warlock who wanted Black Razor to be his patron. Dust King, thank you for the 2. Can you explain a homebrew campaign you have done? Oh, yeah, sure. I'll tell you about my homebrew campaign that I ran. I'll tell you about one campaign that I've run in a world. Okay, so most of my homebrew campaigns take place in the same world, and they don't always interact with each other, but it just helps me. It's easy especially when I'm running home games, it's easy to not have to make up like a world lore every time. And the basic plot of the campaign world that I run is that conjuration magic doesn't work anymore. So nobody can teleport, nobody can plane shift, nobody can summon things. Like nobody's summoning familiars or other creatures. Conjuration magic just doesn't work. And basically, other than that, the world, all the creatures that are from other planes of existence can't get back to the planes of existence that they were from, because conjuration magic doesn't work. So there's a lot of weird and powerful creatures from other dimensions that are like trapped in the world, and vice versa. People that are on other dimensions or were in other dimensions when this changed are stuck there. So when that happened, when conjuration magic shut down, the world kind of went into chaos for a while. And the civilization that the game takes place in is like the civilization that has built itself out of the ruins of the civilization that collapsed when conjuration magic stopped working. So there are these pockets of like incredibly magical places because there's like a shit ton of fey creatures that don't have a place to go and are either causing trouble or being taken advantage of. So there's like encampments of them, and some of them are good and some of them are kind of fucked up. And that's like the game world. So one of the campaigns that I ran in that game world was that there was a mysterious character who seemed like they were an Archfey in how powerful they were, but they were a new Archfey, and they were trying to take over a region of the forest to make it their new kingdom, like a new court. They wanted to introduce the Twilight Court as opposed to any of the seasonal courts. And that was a campaign, was the players trying to like stop that and sort of figure out who this guy is. That was one campaign. There was another campaign I ran in that world where there was a wizard, an old wizard who had kept themselves alive by putting their consciousness in a book and essentially trapped it, made the book very, very hard to get, and put basically a curse on the book that if you open the book and start to read it, the guy will the book will talk to you and teach you stuff, but if you read it too much, it'll take over your body. And it was sort of like a way this guy could become immortal. And he had basically figured out how to use necromancy to do conjuration magic. So he was able to teleport and stuff by through dead bodies, basically. So he was trying to kill people and do this process to them to turn them into beacons that he could use to travel through and for his people to travel through. So that was a campaign about figuring out what the fuck he was doing and trying to stop him. There was a campaign that I ran that was mostly a heist where people were trying to steal from an ancient blue dragon who their treasure hoard was the vault of a casino, and they ran a really big casino. All of those took place in the same game world. The most recent campaign I ran in that world was essentially the vibes of the Icewind Dale books. It was what I described it to the players when I wanted to start running it is I want to run Oregon Trail plus The Thing. I want it to be you are traveling through harsh wilderness and it's cold and there's eldritch horror. So that was sort of the plot of that one, was that the players are trying to get to this really isolated city. They all have their own reasons to need to get there. And they're going through this place that's cold, and buried under the ice are old eldritch things that are affecting the world. And it was sort of about them trying to get there and sort of learning about the eldritch things that were affecting the world and deciding to do something about that. Yeah, the first part of that campaign, there were 6 NPCs that were traveling with them, and I did a little tricksy thing where one of the NPCs showed up really brutally dead and mutilated and partly eaten, and no one figured out who did it, and it was very clear that someone in the party did it. Not someone in the party, someone in the whole group, either one of the players or one of the NPCs. And then I asked all of the players, and then I didn't ask this of the players. I created some weirdness, but before I started that game, I asked all the players to roll a D20 or a D10. And I didn't tell them what it was for. And then I told them to not tell anyone else their roles, just tell me their roles. And then I private messaged them, and I said to the same thing to each of them. I said, you are not the monster. So they all got the same message that said, you are not the monster. But they didn't know if that meant somebody else was the monster. So there was not just paranoia about the NPCs, but there was paranoia about the player characters themselves. So the first part of the campaign was trying to figure out what or who the monster is that's hiding in the group while it's killing people, and they basically get less effective at dealing with it the more NPCs or characters that they lost. That was pretty fun. That was where I introduced these guys called the Lantern, I called them the something flame. I don't remember, the Lantern Watchers, the lantern lighters, the lamp lighters. I don't remember. But basically there was a group of not zombies, but they were undead who were brought back to life by a necromancer who wasn't that much of an asshole. And all of them have these lamps in their chest, these lantern style lamps. And they basically wander that Arctic area in roaming hordes. And they fuck up monsters. So the lamps change color depending on what sort of animals or monsters are nearby. So they're not intelligent undead, but they're almost semi-intelligent undead. They wouldn't attack adventurers or people unless the people attacked them. But if they like wander through your camp, it might be really creepy. But you just want to like not, you know, it's like a bee. Like you just want to leave them alone. And that was fun because they just thought they were really cool. And then they ended up finding one of the lanterns that they could just use themselves. And also it was fun because one of the players did end up becoming sort of an eldritch monster on that journey. And then it became like really scary when the lamp lighters, I forget what they were called, came, because it went from being like, okay, these guys basically mean we don't have to worry about watch tonight because any bad thing that's going to happen, we're going to notice. Then it became like, we need to be really fucking good at hiding all the time. And if we ever see light in the distance, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a safe place there. That might mean it's a lantern lighter horde. And if we get too close, we're going to get swarmed by zombies. So that was pretty cool. Those are some homebrew I've ran in the past. None of them were the monster when it started. One of them essentially became a different sort of monster, but one of them essentially became a host of an eldritch creature. So they pinged as an aberration, even though they were still technically not an aberration. Yeah, I made Roombas. Exactly. He wanted to have an eldritch monster host. He was like yearning for it. The lantern zombies are cool. What's fun about them is they sort of start to feel less. They almost feel like an environmental effect, because they really are. They're just these, like, it's almost like, you know how in the Feywild there's like blips of light that you see every now and then, like in the distance. The lantern lighters were sort of like that, but if there's nothing to alert them and they're just sort of standing still, you could assume that they were like the next settlement, because you just see like sort of ambient light and what looks like maybe some torches in the distance. But then when you walk up to it, it's just a grove that's empty, and there's just like 30 of these zombies just sort of like standing, shuffling in it. But again, they don't mess with you unless you mess with them. But it also could be like, oh, we're going to find rest. And it's like, nope, we're still in the fucking forest. Because they also got lost a lot when they were journeying. There was one lamplighter who was smart and who could like talk, who was clearly like a lich of sorts, that they encountered at some point. And he was the one that basically he was the one that sort of explained what the lamplighters were after they encountered them a couple times and didn't really know what they were. He was the one that was like, oh yeah, those are like my kids. He sort of explained things. And he was definitely a psycho. Like, he was totally not all there. He was still mostly a zombie, but he kind of could explain it. And he also showed them how to use the lantern that they had. I would be in so much paranoia if you said I wasn't the monster. That was the point. But the only reason why I did that, and it was totally okay for me to do that, was because it was like, I asked the players what sort of game they wanted. I offered like 3 different vibes of games, and one of them was, I think I said, I want to do like The Thing plus Oregon Trail, where it's like a little bit of a horror game, and you guys are like a lot of paranoia, like you don't know who to trust. And everyone was like, I want that one. So that was why I did that. I would not have implemented that rule if the players didn't explicitly ask for that, because it could be not fun. The changing of the relationship with the lantern sounds like a cool literary parallel type thing. That wasn't what I was going for with it, but I do accept it. But I'm glad you interpreted it that way. For me, the changing of it was the players got to see how scary a horde of these monsters can be with not having to fight them, with them being on their side. So they became like the ominous threat in the background, because when you have witnessed something's power, it makes knowing that that thing is now going to start hunting you a lot scarier. I came up with a cool idea. If your BBG is about to finish off a really lawful paladin cleric, they could instead offer them to swear on their patron that they won't aid the party in the fight. I feel like that's fine, but it's not like paladins can't lie. Like, if a paladin knows that saying that swearing an oath to you is going to keep them and their party alive, I think you could be the most noble and true paladin, and you could lie and do that to end up saving your party, and it would be fine. I don't think that would break your oath. Unless your oath is like, you can't lie even if that's stupid. You know? Is the Curse of Something campaign horror-ish? Curse of what? Curse of Strahd? Curse of Strahd is definitely inclined towards, like, gothic horror vibes. It doesn't have to be, though. Like I said, the Curse of Strahd game that I played in ended up being so goofy. But it was so goofy because of the way we as the players interacted with the game. It wasn't so goofy for any other real reasons. Lying is bad, though. Lying to a thing that you are about to try to kill to keep yourself alive so you can get the better of it, I feel like that's reasonable. You know? Maybe lying is bad in general. Lying to take advantage of somebody is bad, you know? But lying to the monster that you are fighting so that it stops attacking you so you can surprise attack it, that just seems like... It seems like I feel like not doing that would be stupid. Like, not doing that is sort of the equivalent of being the paladin that kills an ally, like, arbitrarily attacks the ally because they said something you didn't like. It's like, that's not a reasonable thing to go adventuring with. Like, if there was a paladin that was that strict in my party, I would probably get annoyed. I don't think that would be, like, a good ally. Any advice to someone who is probably going to play this campaign in a couple of weeks? Yeah. You want to have access to fire or radiant damage, or have somebody in the party that has access to fire or radiant damage. Have you talked to a toddler? Lying is necessary. That's a very specific circumstance. And you don't even really need to lie to kids that much. You can just sort of redirect. I used to teach little kids, and I found that I really don't like lying. I don't like lying to anybody. I did not like lying to little kids. But I did find that I could just redirect them a lot of the time. And redirection, I think, is just as good. Just love how in-depth explained your reasoning. All right, good. Oath of Devotion is the only oath that says you can't lie. But even then, I could see there being a moment in a campaign where the Oath of Devotion paladin lies, and everyone's like, "Oh, you lied!" And he's like, "Yeah, duh. If I didn't, you all would have died." And like everyone would like laugh it off. You know? I don't think it needs to be like I don't think it would need to be a huge deal every time. I'm babysitting chat. I'm not babysitting anybody. We're hanging out. The main setting I've been working on for my next campaign is focused on a plutocracy. I don't know what that word means. Centered around a straight splitting of the tips of 2 continents. Capital built upon the main on the split. That could be cool. I don't think that much about geography. I think geography is usually I think about geography after I think about like the vibe. The thing is, when I'm imagining, when I'm world building or campaign building, the first thing that I think about is what makes this world different than ordinary fantasy D&D stereotypical world. And the reason why I ask that question is because there's a lot of ordinary standard stereotypical D&D world stuff that I know is going to be in my game. I don't need to think about any of that. So I try to focus on the stuff that's new and weird and different first, and then sort of build around that. If that makes sense. I'm trying to think of identities for a bounty hunting campaign. Who's doing the bounty hunting? The players? Or are they being hunted? You could find some movies or shows to get ideas from. I steal ideas from movies and shows all the time. I can't think of any off the top of my head. The Running Man, maybe. As the world scar theorized the result of a long-forgotten deity, making that split peak. Oh, you're still talking about your lore. The world scar is a cool name for where things split apart. Cinder, is there any way you can think of to make a Storm Herald Barbarian stronger? Because they are right now they're weak. Yeah, I would say I don't have any amazing ideas. I think the main thing I would think of is to have it so that their damage, their bonus action, what the extra damage they get from their aura scales. I think that's really the issue, is that damage does not scale, or doesn't scale well. And maybe let you change your aura's type more often than every level up. Maybe let you change your aura type on a long rest. Something like that. Maybe a short rest at higher levels. How could I create an avatar-like character? Is that what you said? Like Aang, go the Ascendant Dragon Monk. You can replace all of your unarmed strike damage with different types of elemental damage. You can shoot giant breath weapons at a certain point. You can basically fly at a certain point. Ascendant Dragon, I think, is a better way of the Four Elements Monk than the Four Elements Monk. Will you ever go over viewers' homebrew? Homebrew campaigns? No, probably not. Because I would have to read so much of it before I could give good feedback. If I just give reactionary feedback, it might not be as helpful as it would need to be, because sometimes something is written away at the beginning that it needs to be that way because of something that's in the middle or whatever, and I wouldn't know that without just reading the whole thing. I also don't like reading officially published campaigns, so why would I want to read a campaign that almost certainly has really long-winded sentence structure and bad grammar? I also think that my opinion on whether or not a campaign works is not applicable to you and what your table needs. Have you kept an eye on 1D&D 2024 update? Not really. Was there anything in the playtest material for the classes that stood out to you? Yeah, the Barbarian and the Monk both look way better. The Barbarian's ability to do knock hits that knock people around, and the Monk's ability to use dexterity for all the grapple type stuff. Both two things I just really liked. There was a lot of stuff that the Barbarian and the Monk got in the new in 1D&D that you see happening on a lot in just subclass features that people make for homebrew.
Been toying around with working on a bard subclass.
Ooh.
Thoughts on the name College of Eulogy?
College of Eulogy? The only thing that I would say about the College of Eulogy is that it does sound... I don't know anything about the subclass, but it makes me think of the College of Spirits. College of a eulogy is a thing that you say when somebody has died. So I think you just got to make sure that whatever your thing is, it's really different in vibe than the College of Spirits, which is also largely about dealing with death type bard subclass. I just typed all that out, then parted it up by YouTube's chat character limit. Yeah, I read some of it. I didn't get through all of it. I hope you're not too offended. The Monk is pretty cool. I like monks in general. I just think that the 1D&D Monk addressed a lot of things that people were already changing in their home games. Good night, S. Obelisk. Be good. What are we doing now? We're chilling. We're doing D&D Q&A. People are asking me questions about my home games, asking me questions about the ways they want to do stuff. We're just hanging. We're hanging because normally I have a show that goes for a long time, but I'm starting to do more. I think I need to just be more flexible with the way that I spend my time. And I don't always want to have to do the same thing for 4 hours. So we're going to start doing more things like this, where we have like a really focused main event show. And then that sort of mellows out into either us just hanging or switching to video games or things like that. My new computer is supposed to come this week. And when my new computer comes, we're probably going to start doing more gaming too, because I can't really run games and stream at the same time on this computer. But when I can, that'll be more of a thing. Like I could run Pacific Drive, but I had to like turn everything else off on my computer. And even then it was kind of clugging along. My first stream here, but kept me up for 2 hours more than I planned. Really chill. Would chat again. Oh, Adam, that is the sweetest compliment, but please let yourself go to bed. Hey, Sally, what was the most OP character you ever played with? As a mystic. A mystic. I ran a one-shot where somebody made a mystic. And it immediately became clear to me that it was not well designed, and it was OP, and even in a one-shot, I could see it frustrating the other players. Like, I could see its existence leading to conflict. So that would probably be the most OP character I've ever played with. People, you can, listen, you can build a really min-maxed character. It doesn't matter. I'm the Dungeon Master. Very rarely do characters feel OP. Like, also, my games are all sorts of stuff. Like, sometimes it doesn't matter how, you build the perfect sharpshooter, fighter, battle master, or the perfect polearm, sentinel, great weapon, whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm going to make combat that's hard for you, because the more optimized the character is, the more like a one-trick pony they are, too. What do you think of a dagger? Like, I'm not ever really worried about my characters being OP because it makes things hard for me to run from a challenge perspective. I don't like my players being OP because it makes it more difficult to make them excited by cool new things. Like, if they are used to having +2 and +3 weapons by level 10, legendary items lose a lot of their magic. They lose a lot of the wonder. What do you think of a dagger where the next attack deals additional damage after using the dodge action? I would be curious what the flavor was there. Like, what I would want to know why it was that way, but I think that could work. Whenever you take the dodge action on your turn, while wielding this dagger, the next attack you make with the dagger deals an additional 2d6 damage, something like that. That could definitely work for sure. I've got a campaign I was doing. People got busy, haven't gotten back to it, but it started great, and the general idea of the end with the BBEG felt like it would be great, but I don't know how to make the mid part exciting for the table. This is what I'm talking about, Squishy, where I'm saying you are focusing, I think, too much on the wrong thing. You should not focus on the ending. The ending you should focus on is not the ending that your game is going to be. You should start working towards the ending of what happens if the adventurers weren't here. What happens if the bad guys just won? And that's what should start happening in the world. Not immediately, but let the players figure out how to navigate the game, right? Let them decide. You don't need to do this. This is a little crazy, but it is the way I run my games. I don't think of a solution. And maybe I will think of a solution eventually, right? Like, it's not entirely up to the players to solve the problem, but the players are so far away from the final fight in the first session. They're so far away from the final fight in the 30th session that it doesn't make sense for me to plan for that, That's how I feel. Somebody clip that. That was a good clip. So, well, if you're worried about don't worry about the middle yet. Worry about the beginning. Things are going to go off the rails so much. You might not know where the middle is yet, but as soon as stuff starts happening, like, by the time you've run a couple sessions, your players are going to have probably an NPC that they like or hate. You know, you could introduce some elements of the world lore through encounters they have. There's going to be things that they are drawn to. Lean into those things. What's up, Wheel? Middles are hard. I agree. But that's why I like to not... I don't try to plan my games like that. I don't know. I plan my games like I make conflict and I throw my players into the world. But again, I'm a very loosey-goosey dungeon master. What's up, Simon? Give players a curated taste of what happens to the world if they fail. I mean, you can sort of do that without it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can make the world have ripple effects. So, like, I'll give you an example. So, for that campaign that I ran, where there was a new Archfey that was trying to do stuff on the material plane, their magic predominantly came from two very specific things, and that was like a mystery to solve. And once the players figured out that mystery, they could figure out what weaknesses this guy had. But the initial part of the game was essentially them dealing with the effect of this guy taking over a giant forest full of magical creatures. So there was all sorts of weird stuff happening in the neighboring towns, and it had to do with like different types of vibes. And it really wasn't until the players started to be like, fuck, everything's happening around here, we got to figure out what that is, that they started to learn about this guy. And then when they realized that this was coming from a guy, what is this music? And then when they realized it was some guy, that was when they were like, okay, let's look at all the things this guy has done, all of the people this guy has been connected with, and let's try to figure out what the fuck he is. So they sort of built the plan, and as they built the plan, I just made sure that the things that they were looking for would be out there for them to find. And they weren't just going blind. My party is at the last leg of a Curse of Strahd, and I'm excited to see them finally put down Devil. Yeah, that'll be nice. It'll be Gucci. Some might even say. Excuse me. The BBEG was the friends we made along the way. He kind of was. The way that I introduced that BBEG every single time, and I used him for multiple campaigns because I liked him a lot. I called him the Twilight Prince. If I ever run an actual play, he might show up. But basically, the way that I introduced him is that whenever he came on screen, I started playing swing music, specifically electro swing music, and I described that music as being in-game. Like, the characters were hearing that music, and he was always dancing, and if you stood too close to him, you started dancing too. It didn't affect your action or anything, you just literally started dancing. You couldn't help it. And he was just trying to get people to join his party. Like, literal party. But it was always a fun introduction because it was like he warped his presence was so unhinged that he warped reality, not even intentionally. Like, he wasn't being like, haha, I'm making you dance. He just felt like, from his perspective, that music was always playing and everyone was always dancing. Does that make sense? But the first time that he flexed his strength, because the first time he meets the party, he wants them to work for him. And one of my groups did work for him for a while before they figured out he was the bad guy. One of them was immediately like, no, this guy's a fucking creep. They picked up on the red flag. One group did not pick up on the red flags. One group did pick up on the red flags. And the group that did pick up on the red flags, he very quickly flexed his strength against them. And basically, he danced into the town that they really cared about and started making people's skeletons dance out of their bodies. So he started, like, people that were too close to him, their, like, forms started to tear as, like, their skeletons, like, tore through their flesh, and their bodies, like, slumped into these gross piles of wet flesh and viscera on the ground, and the skeletons just started dancing around, and, like, joined him in the army. That was, like, the moment where they were like, oh, fuck this guy. This guy is not creepy. He's the bad guy. How is How is that a red flag you missed? I don't know, man. Because some people just thought he was goofy. Have you figured out a way to do a homebrew of the week idea? I think the way to do the homebrew of the week idea probably is the way that you suggested the wheel is just totally unfeasible. There's like a couple aspects of it that I don't remember what you suggested, but it just wouldn't work. Honestly, the way to do a homebrew of the week would be for and by the way, maybe this just means it's time for me to start looking for some new mods in my Discord, because genuinely the way to do a homebrew of the week is for the mods, again, the mods who understand how the Discord works much better than I do, to help build that system in the Discord where every week people could submit homebrew and vote on homebrew to be the winning homebrew. But there's got to be some limitations to it, and that choosing process is not something that I have time to do. So ideally what it would be is there's something that people would vote on. So it would be like, you're going to pick from 5 pieces to be the homebrew spotlighted, but I'm not going to pick them from live streams. I don't like, if I do a live stream homebrew review and I read 20 pieces and I don't think any of them feel like good or done, which happens pretty regularly, I wouldn't want to be like, here's one that's ready to go. So it would have to be like very specific, and I don't know how we would do that. So if it's something that like I promoted, I don't know how I would do it. I think the way to do it would be to make it like a community thing. Hey, do you have any like ways a dungeon master could improve a game? I'm new and like think it's all about imagination. I don't know if it's good. Simon, you have to ask a little bit more of a specific question. There's a lot of things you can do to improve a game. It kind of depends on what you need to improve, and it also depends on what your players need. Are you using music? Music can help a lot. Are you talking in voices? If you don't use battle maps and you use theater of the mind, are you keeping the fights kind of simple? Or are you making sure that are you giving players the benefit of the doubt for how their character features work? A lot of D&D powers, especially spells, have very specific like ranges and durations. And if you are not using a battle map, the dungeon master has a lot of power in deciding how powerful those are. So if I'm ever using theater of the mind, and players are trying to be like, is that 50 feet away or 60 feet away? I usually just say it's 60 feet away. I just give them the option to do the thing they want because they are at a disadvantage because they can't look at the battle map. I made a second pass for the item I reviewed on stream. That's cool. Do you have any plans to do prompt-specific homebrew contest nights like back in the day? Delport, I've been doing prompt-specific streams almost once a week. I think I might have missed a week or two, but I do that pretty regularly still. I don't make them contests because the voting process was tedious and not fun. So I just make them homebrew review streams. Also, I would need like judges and stuff, and I don't really have them. And I love it. I love you guys, but I would need the judges to be entertaining, content creating people. Can I submit it again for tomorrow? No. If I've reviewed something on stream before, I don't want to see it again. For me, I ask for feedback after each session and adjust. That's not a bad thing to do ever. Just check in with your players whenever possible. See what they're enjoying. See what they want to see more of. That's definitely a smart way to do it. Yeah, last week we did a fun stream. Last week we did a stream where everybody sent in art that they made, and we brainstormed monsters based off of it. And I think I'm going to try to turn that into a long form video. I got a bunch of people. I asked a bunch of people. I asked anybody to let me know if they were comfortable with me using their art in a video, and everybody said they were, or everybody that said they were comfortable with it is what I would use. So we might turn that into a stream. You submitted one? You were inspired? Hell yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the next art stream will be good. What should we do for the next art one? If the last one was monsters, should we do another monsters one, or should we do one that's differently art focused? We could do magic items. We could do spells. Spells feels like a weird choice. I feel like magic items would be reasonable. Races could work. Races would not be bad. Locations could be cool too. Locations could be really fun actually, especially if we're not writing mechanics. We're just kind of coming up with what we would put there. BBEGs could also be a cool idea. I like all of those ideas. Items, new races, locations, all of those would work well. I don't like theater of the mind since there's a fair amount of the human population that are medically incapable of forming images in their head. Yeah, theater of the mind definitely doesn't work for all groups. I've had to get really comfortable with it just because I do an actual play podcast and all the combat is theater of mind. Hey, Cinder, sorry if you're beating a dead horse with this question, but my sessions combats feel way too long if we are new players, but we are newer players, but is there something I can do as a DM to not make it drawn out? Yes, do not have an insane amount of monsters. And then keep track of give players a tracker. Like if you're playing online, they usually can see the order of initiative, but if you're playing in person, put the order out, like have everybody's name on like a little piece of paper and then just like put them in line so that they can see who's next. Tell players who's on deck. So if you know somebody's next, say Sticks is on deck. So Fiddlesticks, get ready. And then depending on how many players you have, limit how long they can do to take their turn. If you have 9 let me just think about this. Like, let's say you have 6 players, which is still a lot. Let's say you have 6 players, okay? If you have 6 players and everybody takes 3 minutes to take their turn, and you, assuming you have to keep track of a little bit more, you take 5 minutes to take your turn, which I think is way too long for a Dungeon Master, by the way. So let's say 4. 3 times 6 is 18, plus 4 is 22. So that means best case scenario, if everyone is taking 3 minutes and you're taking 4, best case scenario, people have 22 minutes between turns. That's 22 minutes to do one round of combat. So what I always encourage people to do is to say, let them know their turn before their turn starts. Like before their turn's up, let them know, say, hey, you're on deck. And then give them a minute. Give them a 1-minute timer to their turn. Have them, something like that. Look, they should be looking up stuff before their turn. And it really depends on how many characters you have. That's more of a big deal or not, depending on that. I didn't realize the scoring and judging was such a chore. It was a chore. It wasn't really a chore. It was a chore from a time perspective. And it was a chore from a... I don't think it brings the I don't think the goal of it is a goal that I want to have. Like, I don't want to be the one judging. So, because I don't like that idea. I don't want to put anybody's homebrew above anybody else's. So in order to do it, I would just need other people to do it. And that requires them to not just be available for the whole stream, which is a long time. That also requires them to be quite knowledgeable about D&D. It also requires them to be entertaining. It also requires them to have a decent quality mic and maybe camera. So it's a big ask. If I submitted a piece of homebrew in the past and it wasn't rolled, do I need to resubmit it? Yes. I do a new wheel for every stream. Putting people on a clock also pulls away the combative RP, though. In this hypothetical... Wait, what? Yes. Oh, it definitely lowers combat RP. But the thing is, even combat RP shouldn't take that long, you know? I look to the villain and say, you will release my sister, and I shall show you what burning really is. And I cast Fireball. That took 20 seconds. I look to JoJo, who's on their second to last death saving throw, and then I think to myself, You may die, but we will not fail you. And I make a sneak attack at the BBEG. You know? The time that takes a lot is the being like, what should I do? What should I do? I cast Fireball. Okay, what's the spell saving throw? DC. It's, I don't know. It's Wisdom, I think. Oh, no, it's Dexterity. Okay, cool. What's your spell save, DC? I don't know. Okay, it's on the second page of your character sheet. It's near the top. It's the number. It's going to say spell save DC. It's probably between like an 11 or a 15. You know, oh, it's 13. Okay, cool. All right, now we got to roll damage. So that's going to be 8d6. Which one is the d6? Is that the pyramid or the other? That's the cube. The cube is the okay. You see what I mean? Like, that's what makes turns take a long time. It's not the player saying what they do and doing the role play. That stuff's quick. Yeah, I enjoyed the judges I had before. Listen, maybe I'll do another one. Maybe if I can find folk that are like down to be judges semi-regularly, I would be super down to do a semi-regularly stream where people submitted homebrew, where it wasn't reviewed, it was a legit just contest. And judges and chat could vote on the winners. I think that would be fun. I'd be down. But I would need a consistent crew that I could feel confident in. What's up, Bealzul? Yeah, man. The show ended at like 8:30. I would not give advantage to a player if they acted too quickly. I guess that's fine, but that feels kind of like, I don't know. There's so many in-game mechanics that are there to give advantage or disadvantage that I feel like you're sort of diminishing all of them in a way that I don't think would feel good. Have you ever thought about what your own stats would be? Nah, I'm not a D&D character. I'd probably need a different system. One of my regular players and I are constantly testing his homebrew. Whose homebrew? Oh, the player's homebrew. Cool. That's great. That's a lot of fun. Although I will say, the best people to test your homebrew are not the people that wrote it. The best person to test your homebrew is a random person that's trying it, and that person is really good at optimizing and breaking the game. Because the person who designed it is going to use it the way they intend to use it, because that's how they designed it. It's the person who didn't design it that's going to find the fractures. I'm running for a party of 7 right now, with 3 new players, and it's a little rough in terms of how long combat takes. Yeah. You also just got to go easier on new players, which is why I think shorter combat works better for new players. Like, lower all the numbers of everything. Combats can last 2 or 3 rounds. They really shouldn't last more than 3 rounds for new players most of the time. I mean more like an advantage. I didn't mean actual advantage. Oh, that's okay. You know, it'd be how it be. But advantage is a game mechanic. It's one of the reasons why I get so critical with using precise language with people's homebrew. Because if you designed some homebrew that said that this gave somebody an advantage, advantage is a mechanic word in D&D. It implies a very specific rule. And if you use that very specific rule in a context that isn't its intended use, that will confuse people. Any advice on getting better at RP? Spend more time actively thinking about what your character's thinking about, and then have your character do things based on that. So don't worry about being super reactionary. Think about it a little bit. Try talking in your character's voice. Try building characters that are not dramatically different than yourself, but different enough that you can like play in a space next to it. Come up with a couple specific moments from your character's life that were small moments, not like when my parents were killed by dragons, but like when that old lady taught me how to fish, that were impactful, and have those be emotional anchor points that you use when trying to figure out how your character reacts to something. When do you use the other dice? Because I don't know how or what to use the other dice. I am new, so just recap it. You use the D20 for almost everything in D&D. But you use the other dice after. So, for example, if I'm making... Anytime I'm trying to see if I succeed or fail, which is like I'm making an attack, or I am making a saving throw, or which is like I'm trying to... I'm making an attack roll, or a saving throw, or a skill check. Any of those, I'm rolling a D20, and that's determining whether I'm succeeding or failing. All the other dice are what you use after that. Because let's say I succeed at hitting you with my weapon. The weapon uses a different die for damage, depending on what the weapon is. Let's say I fail against the spell. Different spells do different amounts of damage, and they use different dice. That sort of thing. And it's all just dependent on the thing. Anytime a feature uses a specific dice, the dice that it uses written into that feature. So the spell Fireball will say in the spell Fireball, D8s, roll 8d6, and that means you roll 6. Means you roll 8 6-sided die. Dude, your barbarian knowing how to play the pan flute can be the coolest thing. I love having weird skills that you lean into. Have you ever thought about what class you would be in real life? Yeah. I wouldn't be any D&D class in real life. As I mentioned before, it would need to be for a different gaming system. I would probably be closer to a monster stat block. I have the opposite problem. I love RP, but my party barely uses it, and I feel awkward if I'm the only one doing it. I don't know what to do. Well, the wheel, I think there's probably 3 options. Option 1 is have a fairly vulnerable conversation with the people you play with and tell them that you would like more roleplay, and ask people if they would be willing to try to do a little bit more RP because it's important to you and it would make you feel nice. That's one thing you can do. Another thing you could do is you could decide that it's okay to not roleplay that much for this game because the vibe of this table is not really a roleplay vibe. So find another table that is a roleplay vibe table to match that need, but to acknowledge that if you're playing a game with 4 other people and all of them don't really care about roleplay and just want to smash monsters, maybe this is not the game for roleplay. And then the other option that I would say, which I'm not sure it sounds like you tried or not, but just do it. Just decide you don't need everyone to roleplay. Just talk to the DM about it and be like, hey, I'm going to be doing more roleplay. I know the other players aren't super into roleplay, but I still like it. So if my character needs to talk to an NPC or stuff, can you allow space for that and to make sure other players aren't just randomly punching them or things? You know? D&D is over. What'd you miss? You missed the game. We did Quizzes of the Coast. We had 100 contestants, 3 winners and some 5 prize winners. Some people won some dice. Other people won a monster mini. A Start Playing Games $25 gift certificate. And one of the Start Playing Games player action mats. It was pretty cool. And we're going to do more, I think. Devin said he wanted to do more. I want to do more. You're learning the rules for this Fallout game. I don't know the Fallout game. 2d20 is not that alien. 2d20 is just rolling with advantage. Maybe you're adding the numbers together. You played a little, but you were in D&D mode? I gotcha. Do I do any miniature painting? I have never done miniature painting. I really like art. I really like making art. You can see on the sink behind me, there's some paints and brushes in that cup because I use that sink for washing paintbrushes. But I am very colorblind. And I've never done that sort of painting before, and I feel like it's so expensive to get into it that I am hesitant to like buy colors and not know what's what or know what they would look like. Or so maybe I think what will get me into painting at some point is if I can figure out a setup on my stream where we could do painting together, and I could have like a down facing camera and you guys can see the painting happening. And we could turn it into like an activity that we're like learning together. But even then, I would need to basically decide that I'm just not paying attention to color. Is there a character? Tell us about safety tools. I think the best. I actually don't know where it is. I have a resource somewhere that's essentially like a it's like a consent form that has a bunch of different like potential triggers, and basically you say you sort of have like a green light, yellow light, red light option, and you pick where things are. Like one is like a hard pass, this can't be in games I'm playing. One is like yes, more of it, and one is like a little bit, but we don't need that much of it. And then like the dungeon master can basically use that to determine what things they can and can't put in the game, and it's anonymous, and then you share the results with everyone so that everyone understands what the boundaries of that table are. And then I think just having a session 0 where you talk about the way the table wants to respect itself, the way what kind of vibe people are comfortable with, what kind of humor people are comfortable with. You know, a lot of safety tools have to do with like communicating boundaries, but other ones are also like what to do if a boundary is being crossed. So like, because sometimes it doesn't matter what the safety tool is, people are still going to fuck up or be dicks. So making sure you have like something in place making sure that you as a player have a way you can communicate safely to the dungeon master if something is happening that's not okay, that either they will know to immediately stop it, or shut it down if it's another player doing it. Those are probably the most important safety tools. Is there a character mechanic type you think is interesting, but the current classes genuinely don't support it well or fulfill it? I think that there are some mechanics that would be really fun if D&D was real life, but because of the way D&D is played as a turn-based game and the way that the game is kind of built from its core just wouldn't work in D&D. I think somebody who's like a class whose main feature was that you had a lot of minions would be really fun. But I don't think it works in D&D. I think a class where all of your powers were things that you got from things you fought would be really cool. I don't think it really works in D&D. There aren't really classes that are like that now, but I think that those would be really hard to make work well without them taking up way too much time or way too much space or way too much power. I need a painting buddy? Yeah. Have I tried digital art? Yeah, I like doing digital art too. Most of the art that I make is I make on my tablet. I'll tell you what I don't know how to do. I don't know how to make my tablet screen share with my non-Apple computer. Because if I could figure out how to do that, then I could do that tomorrow. We could just do that tomorrow. Because then I could show you what I'm drawing. Maybe the thing to do, this would be so ridiculous, but maybe the thing to do would be to put my tablet on my table and then figure out a camera facing down and have the camera just record the tablet. But that seems silly. Like, that's a ridiculous thing to say. It's so expensive to get into. Dude, D&D is free. You can get the basic rules and everything you need to play the game online for free on the D&D website. And then you can go to any homebrew subreddit and you can find way more subclasses and monsters and magic items and campaigns and maps than you will ever be able to use. And a lot of them are really well made. Would you play the Cunning Folk? Isn't that the game that Emily's working on? I'd try it. Maybe I misremembered the name. Bishop, what's up, buddy? It's been a hot second. How you doing? Use an app called Space Deck. Does Space Deck allow an iPad? I'll look that up. Does Space Deck allow an iPad to connect to a PC for screen share? That would be cool. Could a single swarm creature fit for a lot of little summons? Yes, but then it's not technically a lot of creatures because it all shares, like, it's moving together, it's taking the same action. Like, D&D, it would never work, but it would be cool, and it would be cool to, like I said, if D&D wasn't D&D, it was just real life where we had powers. It would be cool to have a power where, like, I had an army of clockwork minions that could do, like, 16 different things at the same time. Okay, Fubadoo, I'm gonna look up this Space Deck app after stream, and if it works, we will definitely start doing some art streams where we are making art, both I think as art assets that I will be using on some videos that I'm working on, but also like we'll be talking monsters and that sort of thing. I'm doing all right. Bishop. I'm doing all right. My numbers fluctuate a lot. I was talking to somebody about this. I really struggle with whether or not I should be streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, or if I should just pick one. It turns your iPad into a second monitor. Oh, that's cool. Does it need to plug into the computer, or is it like internet Bluetooth connected? I'll look into it. The MCDM RPG is planning to include a class that is a minion control class. They're taking advantage of the fact that they're not tied to an existing rule set to push the boundaries on class concepts. Yeah, that's really cool. That's what I mean. Like, that's why I was saying, like, I don't think that would work in D&D, but I think it could totally work in other systems. It's over Wi-Fi? Hell yeah. Okay, man, I'll look this up. If we can make that work, that would be really fun. Do 4 days a week, 2 on YouTube and 2 on Twitch? I could do that. But that feels like it would be confusing for you guys. And I don't want to confuse you. I want you to be happy. I want you to live your life. Out of all the new systems that are popping out, DC-20 is the one I'm most excited about, excluding mine. You're making one too? That's cool. Oh, Bayalzul, you're very kind. Bayzalul, not Bayalzul. Sorry. Do I need to use the other dice or, like, use the dice it should be used for? I would say you should use the dice for what they're supposed to be used for. I don't really understand the question. You should not use a D20 when you're supposed to use a D6, if that's what you're asking. You should use the dice for what they're supposed to be used for. I think for the time being, I'll continue to stream on both. I will say that the end of this month, at the end of... I'm taking the amount of money I made on Twitch and YouTube the end of March and the end of April as kind of a decider on what way I need to take this channel, because I'm not making that much money. And I need to be making a little bit more money in order for me to keep doing this long term. We're close. We're close to it being sustainable, but we are slowly eating into the savings. And it would be nice to not do that. The one thing that sucks about creators streaming on YouTube is their crap viewer UI. Yeah. It's weird, Dr. Slob Goblin, which, by the way, is an amazing name. I think that anybody that is familiar with Twitch agrees with you. The problem, at least for me, is that there's a lot of people that have never entered the Twitch ecosystem and don't really want to. So I think there's lots of folks that don't realize that it's a shittier UI or just don't care. I also think that YouTube does have some features that Twitch doesn't that make it better sometimes, like the fact that you can, like, rewind while a show is live. Although it does often lead to people watching a show and being like 30 minutes behind and not realizing it, which makes their chat very funny. Yeah, doing an art class stream would be fun. I think if we did an art class stream, what we would do is I would take you through, because what I used to do is I was trying to teach myself how to paint on Procreate by doing like Bob Ross style like videos where I'd follow somebody's video and then I would kind of copy it, where you'd watch them paint and kind of paint along. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do some streams where we do some digital art together and then we'll use that art for something. That would be fun. And my audience is just bigger on YouTube. I mean, right now I have less people watching on YouTube than I do on Twitch, but I have like 6,000 followers on Twitch. I have like 100,000 followers on YouTube. The question is that since I'm new, do I have to use that stuff, and the D&D stuff I'm doing is in school, so do I, and will my other friends be confusing? I mean, using the right dice is pretty fundamental to playing the game the way that the rules are designed for it to be played. So yes, I would say you need to use the right dice, and I would say maybe you can change that up once you have like an understanding of the rules, but the less you know about the game, the more you should follow the rules. It will teach you how to play the game. And then once you know the rules, you can decide to change them or break them or ignore them. But if you start immediately with ignoring the rules, you're just making up a game, which is fine, but it's not playing D&D. Rewind, then 2-speed to catch back up. Oh, that's smart, dude. I don't know if your other friends will be confusing, but like I said, everything in D&D uses very specific dice. And it has to do with how many sides the dice have. There's 7 different dice. There's a 20-sided die, which is the thing you use the most. There's a 12-sided die, which you pretty much only use if you're a barbarian, but other classes use them sometimes. Then there's D8s, D6s, D4s, and D10s. And there's 2 D10s. One has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on it. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 on it. But the 0 means a 10. And then the other one has 10, 20, 30, 40, 60, 80, 90, 100 on it. And the idea is if you roll both together, you can be rolling on you're basically rolling a D100. So if you roll if you roll the one for the 10 column and the 1 column, you get the number between 1 and 100, basically. And if you get all zeros, that's 100. I had my best friend start up Pathfinder 2 game and immediately try to homebrew while still learning it. Yeah, if you start trying to homebrew before you know the game, what are you doing? I don't know if your friends are going to be confused. I think your friends are going to be confused if you... Like, they might be confused because D&D is not necessarily the easiest game to learn. But if you guide them, then it won't be confusing. Or if you just tell them, hey guys, we're figuring this out together. Let's figure it out together. Then you're a team. You're figuring it out as a team, which feels nice. A lot of people multi-stream feel like it's good to keep getting both income for both. Or if you are only doing Twitch, you still want to create highlight for YouTube. Yeah, the issue, though, is that the algorithm has a little bit of an impact there. So I don't know what's better. Is it better to have 100 people watching across YouTube and Twitch, but like 40 in Twitch and 60 in YouTube? Or is it better to have 90 people watching all in one space? Because it looks like it's more people from the algorithm's perspective if it's 90 in one space, even though it's less than if it's split between 2. And sometimes that has a reflection on how much money the stream makes or people's desire to donate. Because if there's this weird thing that happens, I think, where you get sort of into like the mob mentality in like a positive way. And sometimes people like to donate more when there's more people. I don't know why. For my campaign, I'm working on a series of hyper-specific elementals based on human abstractions. Currently working on music. Yeah, sure. How about justice, time, justice and time, honor, rudeness, satire, sarcasm, revenge, forgiveness. Those, all of those. Regret. So what I'm going to do is that I have to do what I'm doing now in school, and in summer I try to learn D&D. I don't really understand that sentence that you just said, but you can learn D&D as you do school. You can just watch some YouTube videos, you know. Also, you don't need to buy the dice if you don't have money. You can, there's dice rollers online. You could just, you know, write in roll a d20 on Google and it'll do it. When me and my friends started playing Magic, we kept bringing rules we learned from more experienced players to the table. That makes sense. But again, that's not you homebrewing. That's folks giving wisdom and guidance. If one were to subscribe to one of your platforms, I'd prefer YouTube. I make more money off YouTube. Well, it depends on what tier. If you subscribe to YouTube at the very cool level, I make more money than if you subscribe to Twitch normally. But the other thing is that you can subscribe for free on Twitch with your Amazon Prime. So you should do that, is what you should do. But if I had to pick one, I'd pick YouTube. YouTube is more reliable and consistent income. Yeah, I do think if I were to switch, I probably would have to leave Twitch and just get back to just YouTube. But it sucks because Twitch is so much better for community building and for meeting other content creators. Have I played Magic before? I used to play Magic a lot. I haven't played Magic in years. I stopped playing Magic before Planeswalkers were introduced as like a game mechanic. So the last time I played Magic, you know how older Magic, so you know how Magic cards have, in the middle section of Magic cards, there's that symbol that shows you what edition it is. Each edition has its own like icon. The last edition of, and it's different colors depending on the card. So like it's either like black if it's common, or silver if it's uncommon, and gold if it's rare. I stopped playing Magic. The first edition of the game where they introduced that color coding, because it used to just be the same on every card. When they started introducing that color coding, that was the last edition of Magic that I played. So I don't think I own any cards that would be legal to be used anymore. Money question, right? Patreon over Ko-fi. Dr. Slobgoblin, I should be moving to Ko-fi. Ko-fi is just better. The only reason why I haven't done it yet is out of laziness and out of worry about losing people when doing the transition. But the answer to why, Ko-fi is definitely more. So I will be moving to Ko-fi almost certainly. Start a second 24-hour music channel? I don't have that much music, man. Oh, it's that I'm gonna break the rules and go by my own, and then Summer learn. Shalakor is the guy that's in our community. He's just the guy that's talking. You can do whatever you want, Simon. If you want to make up the rules, make up the rules. But the rules of the game are not that hard to learn, and they really do have an impact on not just the game being fun, but the game like working. And if you completely make it up, you might have fun fucking around with your friends, but it's going to be a lot more work, and you're going to end up overcomplicating things 80% of the time. Like, I would strongly encourage you to learn how to play D&D as you play it, not start playing it and then figure out you're going to learn how to play it in the summer. I would start learning how to play it as you're playing it. You don't like Planeswalkers? I don't know what they do. Science the Dispersing? I don't know what that is. The revenue split is better for music channels? Yeah, but that requires me to make music, and it requires me to make music that's good quality enough that people go to that channel. You know? I can't rely on that. I'm not a music man. I'm a big floating talking head. That's my only power. I was like, why? Oh, I'm so dumb. I was like, why are there so many people on D&D's Twitch right now? It's like, oh, because Critical Role's on. It's like, it's 14,000 people? There's never that many people here. Space Deck turns your iPad into a screen for your PC, so not what you want. But there's a window app called Air Screen Monitoring Receiving that is free. It looks like it would work well. All right, I'll look into that. I will say I have tried using apps like this before that were free. I don't know if it was this one. I tried using one, and it was pretty jank. It did not work well. But I will give it a try. Magic has massively changed since you stopped playing. There are cards now. If someone played when you played, you would have thought they made that shit up. All right, fair. Yeah, I hear the power creep is real. How do you take helping people... What? How do you take helping people make new races, and are you okay with it in your games for homebrew races as long as they're not broken as fuck? I'm okay with any homebrew in my games as long as it's not broken as fuck. As long as it's not broken as fuck, as long as it doesn't break the lore of the world. Any homebrew that is balanced or people are willing to change if it feels like it's not balanced and works in my game world, I'm happy to use. I think it makes the world a better place. And I think the best way to figure out if it's power balanced just comes down to like looking at how power balance is done across other D&D races and just trying to find the patterns. And playtesting. That's the other thing. Is like, if somebody wants to use some homebrew in your game and you don't know if it's too powerful or not, I would always say, let them try it with the caveat of, if it starts to feel too powerful, you're going to change it. You're going to tweak it. And if they're down with that, I think that's a great solution. Everyone wants the power of flight, so floating talking head is epic. All right, fair. Would I recommend Elden Ring? I've never played Elden Ring. Good ideas for puzzles that are not too hard. I'll give you one idea that I think you... okay. I will tell you my favorite puzzle, and then I will tell you places to find puzzles. My favorite easy puzzle is the players go into a room. It looks like there's a giant mirror on the wall, but they need to get to the other side of that room. Whenever they go to try to touch the mirror, it doesn't feel like a mirror. It feels like they are touching their own hand. If they swing their sword into the mirror, their sword smashes into a sword. It is literally a copy of them that they are bumping into. The only way to get through the mirror is to close your eyes or turn around or do something so you can't see. That's my favorite simple ones. But I would say the best way to go about getting... You should just look. You can literally look them up. Look up simple D&D puzzles. You're going to find so many. And then and I think the more important thing with the puzzle is making sure the puzzle fits for the game you're running. Making it feel like it fits. You know? So if you're running like a fire elemental dungeon, but you find a cool puzzle that has to do with dropping snakes on people, maybe change those snakes to be fire snakes, or change a mechanism of the puzzle to, I don't know, stuff like that. Make things fit the theme. My game is like a building block system, so I don't even have player ancestries. It's just pick the things and boom, you have a new player ancestry. Very proud. Cool. Is it a little bit like, is it almost like a deck builder where you sort of build out your character as you go? Like a deck builder style RPG? That would be very cool. That's true. You could also do Legends of the Hidden Temple. You could steal all sorts of puzzles from movies and games and TV shows and stuff. Just be ready for your players to notice it. Because they might. They often will. Do we get a new YouTube member? Bizel, you became a very cool member. Thank you. It's very kind of you. You pick your features as you go, so you don't have ancestry or class at all. Yeah. So it's not random. You're like a talent. You're like building it up like a talent tree. That makes sense. Whew. I want to ask a question, and this is because... Do you ever have imposter syndrome? I like doing these sorts of streams. I think I acknowledge that we have a third of the viewership we normally do, but I do think we're going to have more downtime after activities, because I do like it. It's nice to just hang and shoot the shit and answer questions. Not every dungeon... Not the dungeon, a place with treasure. Simon... I appreciate that you're trying to ask me questions and stuff, but I need you to like write in full sentences or make your ideas more clear and when you express them, because I'm not really understanding what you're referencing. I use Backstory Builder using legacy fragments, bond fragments, and catalyst fragments. That's cool. That's fun. I like that idea. It's a good one. What should I make? I need to make some shorts after this. What should I make a short about today? What do you guys want me to make a short about? I'm constantly my own imposter syndrome, so it's not really a syndrome. All right, fair. About Smolder? I can make a short about Smolder. I can make a short about bananas. A new plane that could fit in D&D. People. What's printed on their boxers? What does that mean? I could make a short about D&D shorts. Where does blueberry damage come from? The campaign with the monster. Make a short about D12s. I could make a short about D12s. That's not a bad idea. About foreheads. I've already made so many shorts about foreheads. I could make another one, though. I like the smaller stream. I'm here because I'm new to social media and just getting used to actually interacting. Oh, cool. Yeah, I like them too, man. Honestly, if I only do big, crazy streams where I'm just screaming about homebrew, I think I lose my mind. I think this gives me energy. The other thing is, like, this reminds me that I like having a community, you know? Which gives me quite a bit of energy. A video about D3s is a good idea, Bildo. That's a good idea. I could make board shorts. That's funny. About the mirror puzzle. I feel like I've made that short before. I could make it again. Sometimes I repeat ideas sometimes because I make like 2 videos a day. So sometimes I forget what videos I've made because there's videos that I made like 2 years ago that I haven't thought about since then. Thaco the Clown. I still don't know what that is. Is that a character that I should know? I should know Thaco? Is Thaco part of the Legend of Avantris crew? Is that what that character is? Thaco the Clown? Okay, genuine question. Are there any times in any of the books, the officially published books, where you use a D3 in the mechanics other than the Wild Magic Barbarian? I know that the Wild Magic Barbarian calls for a D3 roll. Is there anything else that calls for a D3 roll? I don't think so, but I don't know, and I'm kind of curious. Might actually look that up. How would you even look that up? Just look up the phrase D3, I guess. Now it's just showing me a bunch of, like, locations. I think it's going to only be in the fucking... I think it's only going to be... Okay, let's see if there's any monsters with a D3. No monsters. Any items with a D3. Any spells with a D3. Any characters with a D3. Well, there are characters with a D3. Because it's the Wild Magic Barbarian. So maybe this thing just doesn't work. It is the Wild Magic Barbarian, right? Level 6. Yeah, roll a D3. Yeah. It's 2 different features that I use it. I know. See, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not that much of a dingus. I couldn't find any monsters or magic items that use it. What is this song? This song is stupid. Assassin bug? A coin uses a D2. There are a few tables split into D6. Yeah. I'll look up the assassin bug. I gotta look up the assassin bug now. It's from the Fiendish Folio. That's quite the pull. Make sure you have a session 0 with your group. Yes. Hey, Cinder. I know a bit about D&D from watching vids, but I've never played. Is there anything I should know before I start my first campaign? I would not worry about building everything from scratch. I would look at either one of the intro modules or one of the intro like one-shot dungeons that you can find online to sort of ease yourself in, and don't feel bad about copying stuff from like camp encounters from modules or ones that folks share online and like implementing them into your games. It's like a lot of D&D is reusing things that other people have spent the time to make. And for your home games, it doesn't really matter. And then the other thing is, remember that the goal is fun for you and the other players. So if everyone's having fun, that's all that matters. Who just gave me that? Who was that? Come here. Who was that? Valkyrie Kisa, thank you for the sub. That's very kind of you. Ioun stones use a D3 as well. Really? I accept. All right, I'll look that up a little bit. Do I have any beef with types of D&D races? No. We need a beginner command, dude. No one would check it, man. Whenever I run a stream that is about doing a thing that requires a command, and I post that command on the title of the video, people don't do it. People still need to be told. So, having a command like that is maybe at some point. I think maybe if I put them in my about me. What is a session 0? A session 0 is when the dungeon master and the people who are going to be playing in the game get together before they start playing to discuss building their characters, discuss the vibe of the game, discuss what people's boundaries are, basically to set the tone so that everyone can have as fun a time in playing as possible. So that's where, you basically say, like, this is what, this is going to be a silly game or a scary game, or this is a sci-fi game, or this is a low magic campaign. And where you say like, hey, I don't want any violence against children in my games, or hey, I'm really uncomfortable with any sort of sexuality in my games, so I don't want to have anybody trying to flirt with me. It makes me uncomfortable, or whatever. And there's all sorts of ways to do that. But session 0 is basically doing everything you can to set the tone so that when the game starts, you can run the game smoothly and know with some confidence that everyone's going to have a good time. And that's what session 0 is for. Are those all things that use a D3? I'll look them all up. Thank you. What's that glow on the left? There's no glow on the left. What are you talking about? This is my skin. That's cool. Okay, I didn't know that many things use a D3. That's going to be one of the things I make a video about, I think, when I'm done streaming today. Thank you. You just did some work for me. I appreciate that. Oh, I almost burped. There we go. I was like, it's in there. It's got to get out somehow. You always help. You're a very helpful lot. What's my favorite hard puzzle for advanced players? I don't think advanced players are better at puzzles than anybody else. I think being good at puzzles has nothing to do with being an advanced D&D player, and it has everything to do with the way your brain works. So I think an advanced puzzle is completely different depending on who your players are and has nothing to do with their player's skill. This is unpaid labor? Yes. I'm not great at making puzzles either. I usually grab them from other people that make them. I'm trying to think of any... I could share a puzzle that I thought was going to be really easy that my players messed up so badly that they got a TPK. I TPK'd players with a puzzle because they didn't figure it out, and I didn't think it was a particularly hard puzzle. There was a room that had a big... You walked into the room. It was like a room that was longer than it was wide. There's a platform that you can stand on either side, and deep water in the middle. The room was under the effects of anti-magic. On both platforms, on this side of the room and the far side of the room, there were 6 suits of armor just standing still. 6 on each. 3 on each side of both of them. So the players, in my mind, the players had to figure out that if they wanted to use their magic, there were also a button on either side, and if you hit the button, it either turned on or off the anti-magic. The problem was if you turned off the anti-magic, all of the suits of armor would animate and start attacking you. So you had to decide, do we try to cross the scary dark water without using magic, or do we turn magic off, or turn off anti-magic, fight these things, make the room harder, potentially. The solution that I assumed my players were going to come up with was they were going to take all those suits of armor and huck them in the water before they turned on the they turned off the anti-magic, so they would only need to fight the guys on the other side. So they wouldn't need to fight 12 suits of armor. They would need to just fight 6. But that's not what they did. They feverishly kept turning the anti-magic on and off, and they did so in such a way that quite regularly the spellcasters would not have access to their magic on their turn, and the animated objects would all be alive. Like, they kept turning it on and off at the wrong times. They did a really bad job communicating. And when I initially built the encounter, I imagined, okay, either they're going to fight the suits of armor or they're going to fight the thing in the water. And they essentially did both. So some of them went to the other side, some of them went into the water. They kept turning the anti-magic on and off, so they weren't able to use their spells, but the monsters were still able to attack. They just completely fucked it. And I thought it was a fairly easy puzzle. I was like, oh, these things turn off when there's anti-magic. We huck them in the water. They'll fight whatever's in the water, and we'll just get to go across. Which was that was the easiest solution. But they TPK'd. I 'd. 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 'd You love it? I felt bad for them, but it is what it is. How far was the other side? I think it was 40 feet. It was enough that your average movement wasn't quite enough to get there. And the only reason why this worked as a puzzle was because there were no people that had innate flying abilities on my team. If anybody had a fly speed or like a climb speed, they could have just walked it. But every single character either needed magic to fly or couldn't fly. There were so many things they could have done to make it not a combat encounter at all. They also were like, they just weren't communicating. They were just not doing a good job of it. There were so many things they could have done to not die. And it was the first TPK that group's had. And that was a group where 3 of the 4 players were completely new to the game. So they were like pretty like, oh shit, okay. Yeah, I like puzzles that aren't really like because the thing is, I have 2 players that I play with pretty regularly who are very good at like real life puzzles, like math puzzles and stuff. So whenever I make a puzzle that's like a traditional puzzle, they just solve it before anybody else has a chance to solve it, and it's not fun. So I don't do that many puzzles where it's like find the vowel type things. I like puzzles where it's like a problem to solve that's a little bit more of an in-game puzzle, because otherwise it just sort of makes it like we're pausing D&D to play trivia puzzle, which doesn't, I don't know, I don't like it. If I didn't have those players, I might do more of those sorts of puzzles, but we try to, I try to adjust the games to fit the people I'm playing with. Did that campaign continue with the new character sheets? No. They all died. Their story ended. The next campaign, well, that's not true. One of them survived, but barely. The rest died. And the only reason he survived was he decided to run away. It would have been a TPK if he didn't actively decide to run away. So the way that campaign continued is that player continued to play that character, but everyone else had new characters, and the story took place a year after the TPK. And the sort of the beginning of the story was the one character that survived was in like sort of like PTSD post-Vietnam, sitting in a bar, getting super drunk, and he made friends with the band that was at the bar, and the other players were all basically that band. And the beginning of the campaign was them hiring him to be their bodyguard or their bouncer as they traveled to be a band. And that campaign was a Battle of the Bands campaign, where basically they wanted to become the best band in the world. So they would travel around putting on shows, and if a show couldn't be put on, they would like solve the problem that would allow the show to be put on. And then the greater plot, this also all took place in that campaign world I told you about, where there was no conjuration magic. So they found this like crazy treasure map at one of their shows. So sort of like a subplot throughout the background of them doing Battle of the Bands was them trying to decipher this treasure map, and it had all sorts of weird stuff in it, and basically figure out where it leads. And when they figured out where it led to a lost room, a lost magical room that if you could figure out how to activate, you could plane shift, which was like a huge deal because no one's been able to plane shift in my game world for like 200 years. So they sort of shifted the campaign about figuring out how to turn it on. And then when they figured out how to turn it on, and the reason they wanted to plane shift was because they wanted, if this was any other campaign, it would have been like, we got to figure out who's going to use this, like political stuff, let's save the world, whatever. Get people back to their dimensions. But they were like, oh, let's become the best band in the multiverse. So then the campaign became them breaking free from that conjuration lock around the material plane and hopping between the other planes of existence, doing different Battle of the Bands. It was a good time. PTSD is the worst thing in real life and the best thing ever in games. Yeah. I don't know if any of you know this. I've known people with PTSD, and you can get PTSD from all sorts of stuff. It's not just from war. All sorts of trauma can lead to PTSD. And it's hard. It's hard. You know? One of my best, yeah. Good people. Good people. Good people struggle. You ever listen to Glory Hammer? No. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay, folks. I think we are going to wrap things up. I gotta record a couple videos before I go to bed tonight. But we are going to be back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night we have the member review stream. So again, if you are a Twitch sub or a member on Patreon or a member on YouTube, you can submit homebrew to that stream. You can find the link to submit in my Discord in the member section, or on YouTube in the community tab, or on Patreon in the Patreon. Yeah, Bishop, I'm glad you're doing good, buddy. I was happy to see you hop in. And now we must figure out who to raid. And I think we raid... Oh, I know who we raid. We raid Caustic Phoenix. I don't even need to think about it. Or we raid Dave of Many Faces. No, let's raid Caustic Phoenix. She's my buddy. All right, calm down, music. Sheesh, music, you got so intense tonight. This has been a nice stream, though. That contest was super fun. Hanging out was super fun afterwards. I hope it's been pretty chill. Thank you so much to everybody that stayed. Thanks to everybody that gave me some donos during the stream. You know, I've mentioned it before. I try not to make a huge deal about it, but this is how I make my living. So, you know, every bit helps quite a bit. So thank you to that. Okay. We are going to raid my buddy Caustic Phoenix. She is wonderful. And it looks like she's doing map making, which should be a good time. If you want to join us from YouTube, here is a link to her stream. And if you want to join us on Twitch, just join me on the raid. Have a great night. Be good to each other. Let's go tell Caustic Phoenix we say hi. And you guys have a lovely night. Bye. See you tomorrow. Bye. I love you. Bye. YouTube, same thing. Love you. Bye.